Through their music, the Nigerian band Bantu, the South African singer Zulani Mahula, the Ugandan politician and singer Bobby Wine speak out against intolerance, injustice, corruption, and violence.
Our Kabulani, our continent, our so-called continent where we pay the rent in. Even though we don't have the cents, we still pay the rent. In our own land, we still take out the rands. But that's a topic for another day. Let's not focus on the game of politics, a game full of tricks. Let's not focus on that. Let's focus on collecting all these bricks so we can build from the bottom to elevation, keeping the same energy from elevation to revolution, keeping it all legendary and not mandatory. People thinking this is my territory, but this is just my laboratory. I see y'all thinking I'm an open book, but don't let my cool looks deceive you. Stop trying to cram me, cause things thought about me changes 10 years later when they found out I'm a very unsolvable matter, just like these black holes in space full of matter. But again, what if behind these black holes lays our freedom? What if these black holes are the exit?
We'd like to welcome the Miyaji Orchestra, an orchestra that believes in love, peace, and social cohesion. We do hope you enjoy the music. We do hope it brings you a lot of love, a lot of peace. Do enjoy.
Zolani Maola. I am the one who sings, Lo Tulayo, and I stand for connection with self, with others, and with the natural world as a whole. Here is my first song, Waundi Tembisile. We Maria, kaundi pe kanikala, ondi nige itemba ndingenalo, ingwenela okudibana emhlabeni zondikhumbule xa ndiphambi kwakho enyameni wondisule ngezandla ezingcwele inyembezise undisikelele Waundi Tembisile, Waundi Tembisile, Waundi Tembisile, Waundi Tembisile. Kandicinga ngobomi bam ongemihlola ndilushala olubomu ondisakhula wawuphinda owe Maria ndiyintlekisa ondibhakathi wokwamadabi owemimoya ndibombulikazi owelinxele intliziyo yam owilihlwili ubuso bakho buguqukile wena bona Waundi Tembisile, Waundi Tembisile, Waundi Tembisile, Waundi Tembisile. undikhala undinike ithemba undingenalo ndinqwenela wokudibana ezulwini zondikhumbula xa ndiphambi kwakho ngaloo mini. You're well, I'm love, it's only one. Gianni Sokolisa, ezizihlangu ndizithengele ngumama. Gianni Sokolisa, ezizihlangu ndizithengele ngumama. Kodwa ndiyode ndifike, ndiyode ndifike mnakamama. Kodwa ndiyode ndifike, ndiyode ndifike mnakamama. Iyakusokolisa le ntombi yakho uyithanda kangaka. Iyakusokolisa le ntombi yakho uyithanda kangaka. Kodwa ndiyode ndifike, ndiyode ndifike mnakamama. Kodwa ndiyode ndifike, ndiyode ndifike mnakamama. Naluthando emva kwendlu, naluthando emva kwendlu. Skadibu bibu babu dibidu babwe. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged. I am privileged to be joined on stage by the next president of Uganda, Bobby Wine. Sokolisa le ntombi yam ndiyithengele ngumama.
Tengevere mama,
Gianni Sokolisa, ezimbadada ndizithengele ngumama.
asile tengevere mama.
Ndiyode ndifike,
Ewoli bango genze,
ndifike mnakamama.
engamba tengevere mama.
Ndiyode ndifike,
Ewoli bonde sawo,
ndifike mnakamama.
asila tengevere mama.
Naluthando emva kwendlu, nangamandla emva kwendlu. Ladibu bibu, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bobby Wine.
Alira kufana yele tulu itako, abali bafu okututa batusokayo. Buli wolemerako munango jakumalako. That's why we struggle on the soldier road, we never give it up.
Gianni Sokolisa, ezimbadada ndizithengele ngumama.
Tengevere mama,
Gianni Sokolisa, ezimbadada ndizithengele ngumama.
asila tengevere mama.
Uyode ufike,
Ewoli bango
uyode
genze,
ufike mnakamama.
tengevere mama.
Uyode ufike,
Ewoli bonde sawo,
ufike mnakamama.
tengevere mama.
Shine my daddy, yes, it's love who's got mama. Yeah.
Woo!
Bobby Wine,
Bus.
my brother.
Blessed love, sister.
Love, one love.
Blessed love. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I bring love and greetings from Uganda. My name is Chagulanyi Sentamo, also known as Bobby Wine. And together with me is my brother and comrade, Nobian Lee. And yes, we got Dan Magic on the side. We represent the people of Uganda and we stand for peace and justice. But most importantly, we stand for freedom. And we know that we are unable to perform in our country, Uganda. So we use this opportunity to speak to the world and to speak to Uganda. So enjoy, but most importantly, learn and send the message as far wide as you can. Bus! The bad news is that everyone is a potential victim. But the good news is that everyone is a potential solution. Sensitize the masses to sanitize. Keep a social distance and quarantine.
The coronavirus is sweeping over mankind.
Everybody must be alert. It's a global pandemic we can never take for granted. You better get vaccinated. Everybody must be alert. It's a matter of life we can never take for granted. Discipline and personal hygiene, and make sure you regularly wear your mask. Keep a distance from everyone. Report anything like a symptom. Serious fever is a symptom. Dry cough is a symptom. No way chamula is a symptom. Itchy eyes and flu is a symptom.
We kuma butabusigai, we jemu batanalwalai, ulageyo moyo ngwe bwangai, nabila ku Italy, abasinga bafunde, okuwewala, chisinga ko bujanjabai. The coronavirus is sweeping over mankind.
Everybody must be alert. It's a global pandemic we can never take for granted. You better get vaccinated. Everybody must be alert. It's a matter of life we can never take for granted.
The coronavirus is sweeping over mankind.
Everybody must be alert.
Magic and miracle plenty, yeah. Some they close eye, others say shine eye. They pray in the land of confusion. Big illusion, bye bye Jebu tactics. And go use score hat trick, then go finger we break. Lie with no shame, animal carnival, don't start again. It's in a Nollywood, we for don't clap. It's in a comedy, we for don't laugh. 36 million naira snake swallow. Monkey tabula, carry 7 jigo. Rats observe the matter, planning coup d'etat. The only way to the billions that chase out of God.
Good
to disrupt the program. Busan Sanford Yagari, regain our freedom by any means necessary. Disrupt the program. Busan Sanford Yagari, regain our freedom by any means necessary. Hundreds they die, they bear me like fly. Lordy they blow, government they turn eye. Silence indifference, then go play with our sense. Point and for Libya, to bury the matter. We must disrupt the program. Busan Sanford Yagari, regain our freedom by any means necessary. Disrupt the program. Busan Sanford Yagari, regain our freedom by any means necessary. How long we go, they wait, they see down debates. They waste our saliva, they yan for social media. Nothing will change if we no organize. Call out their bullshit and call them so size. Now we get the strength, now we get the numbers. Nothing to fear, my brother. Rise up, my sister. By vote or by force, we must wipe the slate clean. Yeah, politicians must enter to speak. We must disrupt the program. Busan Sanford Yagari, regain our freedom by any means necessary. Disrupt the program. Busan Sanford Yagari, regain our freedom by any means necessary. Freedom, it's all or nothing. Freedom, no time for begging. Freedom, the poor must rise. Freedom, affirm your rights. Freedom, it's all or nothing. No time for begging. Freedom. We're done with talking. Freedom. Just stand for something. to chop us, they go call us what music. Join us with Asia, mix some with India, add in Colombia. Yeah, their colonial agenda never finish yet. Now Afro beats, we take our beats, unless we them won't use, destroy, break and suppress our greatness.
We brought them our memory. We mix, we break it back by history. We invent another theory, just to keep us in perpetual slavery. Let the heroes, we bring them our memory. We mix, we break it back by history. We invent another theory, just to keep us in perpetual slavery.
To television, on radio, I go newspaper, social media go. I go talk to the senators, talk to the governors, I go ministry, I go presidency,
Everybody run, run, run. Everybody scatter, scatter. Some people lose them brain. Someone nearly died. Another one just died. Police they come, military come. Confusion everywhere.
7 minutes later, all don't cool down, brother. Police don't go away, and me don't disappear. Them live sorrow, tears and blood.
Them regular trademark.
Them live sorrow, tears and blood.
Them regular trademark.
Them regular trademark.
Them regular trademark.
Everybody run, run, run. Everybody scatter, scatter. Some people lose them brain. Another one nearly died. Someone just died. Police they come, military come. Confusion everywhere. Just
7 minutes later, all don't cool down, brother. Police don't go away, and me don't disappear. Them live sorrow, tears and blood.
Them regular trademark.
Them live sorrow, tears and blood.
Them regular trademark.
Them regular trademark.
Them regular trademark. My people self, they feel too much.
true that.
They feel for the thing they no see. We feel for the air around us. We've had to fight for liberty. We've had to fight for freedom. We've had to fight for justice. We've had to fight for happiness.
We no one die, we no one wounds, we no one quench, we no one go. I get one child, mama dey for house, papa dey for house. I want build house, I don't build house. I no one quench, I just want go, I want enjoy.
Everybody run, run, run. Everybody scatter, scatter. Somebody lose them brain. Another one nearly died. Someone just died. Police they come, soldier them come. Confusion everywhere.
7 minutes later, all don't cool down, brother. Police don't go away, and me don't disappear. Them leave sorrow, tears and blood.
They leave sorrow, tears and blood.
Them regular trademark.
That is them regular trademark.
Them regular trademark.
Through their music, the Nigerian band Bantu, the South African singer Zulani Mahula, the Ugandan politician and singer Bobi Wine speak out against intolerance, injustice, corruption, and violence.
Al Kabulani, our continent, our so-called continent where we pay the rent in. Even though we don't have the sense, we still pay the rent. In our own land, we still take out the rands. But that's a topic for another day. Let's not focus on the game of politics, a game full of tricks. Let's not focus on that. Let's focus on collecting all these bricks so we can build from the bottom to elevation, keeping the same energy from elevation to revolution, keeping it all legendary and not mandatory. People thinking this is my territory, but this is just my laboratory. I see y'all thinking I'm an open book, but don't let my cool looks deceive you. Stop trying to cram me, cause things thought about me changes 10 years later when they found out I'm a very unsolvable matter.
everybody, and welcome to the Socialists and Democrats Africa Week. My name is Udo Bullmann. I'm the coordinator of this Africa Week for Socialists and Democrats and the coordinator in the Development Committee of the European Parliament. I'm now replacing our moderator, Mr. Rafael Marques de Moraes, founder of the watchdog website Maca Angola, a very famous journalist and human rights defender of this great African nation. Unfortunately, we still have to work on the digitalization of the two continents, so we have some problems to be connected. And as long as we do not have him fully on board, I'm going to replace him. I would like to introduce our excellent speakers of this afternoon. That is next to me on my left side, Dr. Alakia, co-chair of the African Union's African Vaccine Delivery Alliance and an outspoken advocate of all people on this globe getting to be vaccinated. I have on my right-hand side a stronghold of the European Parliament, Kathleen van Bremt, my very good colleague and friend, coordinator of the International Trade Committee on behalf of Socialists and Democrats. And together we were very early out and demanding for European-wide solidarity and worldwide solidarity, global solidarity on vaccination policy. And on my left is Pedro Marques, our Vice President on behalf of Development Policy and International Politics. And he, in a couple of minutes, will give us an introductory speech on the issue of today. But let me and allow me to welcome also our panelists sitting in diverse capitals and important places of the globe. There is Richard Kosol-Wright, Director of the Globalization and Development Strategies of the United Nations Conference on Trade, UNCTAD. Welcome, Richard. You have been with us very often, and we are looking forward to have a vivid and interesting debate with you. We have Bärbel Kofler, German State Secretary for Development, newly elected, a good comrade from back home, from Germany. Welcome, Bärbel, and congratulations to your election in this very important post. I hope that we will be able to collaborate very often and very densely in the near future. We have Professor Pedro Terblanche, Managing Director of Afrigen. We have Patrick Tipu, Executive Director, African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative and Head of Science and Innovation at BioVac. So you see, you have here experts from the academic and medical side, you have practitioners, entrepreneur spirits, and you have policymakers. It's promising to have a very, very interesting debate on disparities of our partnership towards a post-pandemic era. Let me finalize in welcoming all those who are watching us. Very much appreciated in this very interesting Africa Week of our political group. The title of today is about disparities. We, of course, focus on the health crisis, on the health situation all around the globe, especially in Africa, also in Europe. But disparities is more than disparities in the health sector. So the conversation is open to fighting inequalities and disparities wherever we come across. Pedro, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Udo, and dear friends and members of this panel, here and online, and dear viewers. I will inevitably touch the issue of the disparities in the response to this crisis, but certainly in inequalities between our two continents and within our continents. But let me remind, first of all, obviously, that next week, in a week from now, the 6th European Union African Union Summit will be held here in Brussels. It comes at a very delicate moment, of course. And the partnership between the two continents, it's absolutely vital. And I have to admit, Europe must do more in the relations with Africa, not just at this moment, but from now onwards for the post-pandemic world, exactly the subject of this panel. We, the Socialists and Democrats here at the European Parliament, but our political family as a whole, the Progressives, we fully engage in the European and African relations, and it has been a continuous effort by our political family. Here we are discussing this partnership ahead of the summit and proposing our vision and our call for action. And the moment is now. Just this week, in Addis Ababa, in his inaugural speech as head of the African Union, President Macky Sall, he drew attention to two central problems that should be highlighted. The instability in the Sahel region in particular, with all that has been happening in Mali and Burkina Faso. I would also add certainly the situation in Guinea-Bissau. But beyond this instability, that on the Sahel region, all the situations we have been witnessing for a number of months and years in Libya, in the Horn of Africa, certainly that was the subject of concern of President Macky Sall, and it's certainly a problem that we highlight the most here as Europeans. We condemn, we do not accept the overthrow of any legitimate government, be it in Africa or anywhere in the world, but certainly we are concerned with what has been happening in Africa recently. The instability, the use of force to change the political situation will be condemned always by this group, by this political family. Peace and security, and the security of the populations, is certainly a very important first step towards development, well-being and good governance. The European Union, the European Parliament, is here to fight for democratic values, and we are always here to stand up for human rights, and certainly we want it to happen in Africa. In a profoundly globalized world as we live in today, these conflicts have repercussions that go beyond the borders and the continents. This reality affects Africa, and consequently it also affects Europe. I repeat, this stability, good governments are the foundations for ensuring our common security, stability and progress. And this is also a sort of inequalities between our continents. This next week's summit, the Africa Summit, it will be important also to deepening our mutual knowledge, proximity and formal and informal status of partnership, allowing us to step up to another level of cooperation between the two continents. I have said repeatedly, even in the opening of this Africa Week, that I believe that the stronger we are together, Europe and Africa, the more relevant we'll be in the world. And it is in the self-interest of Europe, the strengthening of the partnership with Africa. That is my profound belief. We should move towards both continents becoming essential and pursuing a reinforced partnership status. The diagnosis and the challenge made by the current French presidency of the Council seems right to me in this sense. The European Union is already a main trading partner, a main foreign investment, a main development partner of Africa, the main partner, but that is correct, and that should be like that and should be reinforced, because together we are stronger, as I said just moments ago. The potential is enormous to reinforce this partnership. I would also refer to the issue of cooperation and to the role that this partnership should have in this matter. And I would say that the European Union should not play not only an additional role in the stabilization of the situation in some African regions, but also in the cooperation towards development of these countries, of these regions. And one of the issues that was referred by Udo at the beginning is actually a source of problems for the future and for the sustainability of the development process of some regions in Africa is exactly the problem of inequalities. Latest data that we could gather, but it's always impressive to bring one or two numbers to the table for us to remember how far we are from where we want to be. Let us remember that about a third of the African families are living below the absolute poverty line, with less than €2 available per day. 40% of the wealth belongs to 0.1% of the population in the entire African continent. This is not just a reality in Africa. The inequalities, the disparity in income, it's a reality that we have all over the world. But it's particularly striking in a continent that needs to develop itself in a much more inclusive manner, and that's certainly something that we have to tackle, the sources of these inequalities in the continent as a whole. So peace, stability, political stability, security, economic, environmental, and digital partnership, the tackling of inequalities, requirements for the European Union-Africa relationship to be developed in the time of the pandemic and the post-pandemic world. Because in the middle of all of this, the pandemic happened, the pandemic affected Europe in an unprecedented way, but it affected the world in an unprecedented way. It changed people's lives. We also faced it with unprecedented investment of resources in developing treatments, vaccines, but let us analyze the impact of the pandemic in Africa. Let us be less Eurocentric and go more to the reality in Africa. The UNCTAD says that in the pandemic, with closed borders, with inequalities, vulnerabilities coming from the reality that we could foresee, that we could see through the response to the pandemic, over 37 million sub-Saharan Africans were thrown into extreme poverty due to the restrictions also imposed by the response to this pandemic. This reality must change, and in particular, if we want to tackle significant inequalities arising from the partnership between Africa and the European Union, after this period of the pandemic, we need to say one word, which is vaccination. We will not be able to overthrow inequalities in these times if we don't look at this situation. Almost 70% of the EU population is today fully vaccinated. But in Africa, only about 11% of the population are fully vaccinated from the last numbers that were available in January. The target is to vaccinate 70% of Africa to the end of the year. Will it really happen? If it's to happen, we need much more from the developed world, and we need to break a lot of rules and a lot of barriers to create the conditions for this to happen in the foreseeable future. And certainly, if we want to overcome this pandemic in a solidar way, in a way that is also in our self-interest, we need to do it certainly with much bolder response also from the developed world, as I said, breaking barriers in the way we were handling this pandemic and the way we were contributing to the development also of Africa and other parts of the world. This is what we can foresee. This is what we have been doing in this Africa Week, trying to get concrete results, concrete contributions from now to the EU-Africa Summit. We want indeed an equal partnership to be a reality. We have the tools, we have the resources, we have global Europe, as we have referred, so we have the instruments to support this partnership. Let us really bring action into this pledge of an equal partnership for the future. And it is my pleasure and it is my honor to be a part of this group, a part of this political family, a part of this pledge for the development of our two continents. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pedro, for these clear words, and that you have been so outspoken on our political compass. Indeed, we will not be able to build a sustainable world if we do not by heart fulfill the SDG number 10, the fight against inequality. That is core, strategic core also for our political group here in the European Parliament. And you already gave the orientation for next week's highly expected summit of the African Union leaders and the leaders of the European Union. We very much hope, and this is the first part of the message, so to speak, that leaders from both sides have understood that the well-being of our planet will be very much dependent on two actors, Africa and the European Union. So we have to come forward with a new alliance. We have to come forward with a new vision. And before I now give the floor to my neighbor, Dr. Alakija, who is a very prominent medical doctor, but also has been working as humanitarian coordinator in Nigeria, in the Lake Chad region, and in many other occasions. I would like to welcome now the sir who was expected from the very beginning to help us with, I hope, a very excellent moderation, and I'm sure he will do so. Raphael is with us now. Welcome, Raphael, and I give you the floor to take over our moderation. Thank you for joining us.
And let us hear from Dr. Alakichi, and then I will pick it up from here. And again, one of the problems of inequality is the quality of internet in Africa that always gets us in trouble. Thank you.
Very well said, Raphael, and all of you. Thank you very much, Excellencies, and friends, and all of our friends who are joining online. It is a real pleasure for me to be here, and also wonderful to be able to see friends in person. Following on from that excellent speech and excellent sort of introductory remarks, I want to pick up a few points. The disparities are beyond health. This is not a health crisis. This is not just a socio-economic crisis. This is a geopolitical crisis that we're facing as a global community. The global order is shifting, literally, just as it did after the Second World War. The alliances and the partnerships are being tested and they're being shaken. And one of the messages that I bring is as I've reflected over this the last sort of few months, as I've talked endlessly on television, as I've spoken to various leaders, as I've written numerous op-eds and articles to sort of say to the world, come on, what is going on? We have to understand that this is a moment for global solidarity. But what I've begun to realize is that I think you, the political leadership of the West, of the high-income countries of the world, maybe some of you, maybe this group, understanding a bit more than most, that the shifting of the order is akin to what happened after the Second World War. The alliances, the friendships, the partnerships. We have had you all as our traditional friends, as our traditional partners. You talk about the closest continents, the fact that literally you can almost swim from Europe to Morocco. I've done that flight a couple of times. I find it fascinating that we are the same people, and we really are. But there's a deepening sense, and I think the world is failing to understand this, that most of us in the low-income countries of the world, and today we talk about Africa, but we can talk about many parts of the world, that today many of us are feeling a deepening sense of having been left behind, to use SDG language, a deepening sense of having been failed, having been let down by those we considered our friends and our closest partners. Our historical links, you know, I mean, as varied and as sometimes ugly and brutal, but they are links nevertheless. And what we should be doing as a global community is building upon those needs. But yes, you said, together we are stronger. But have we been together in this moment of this pandemic? Have we been together? We don't abandon our friends in their moment of need. We don't treat our friends like beggars, or as a global community have failed in this pandemic. And for me, it is baffling to understand why political leadership hasn't grasped the fact that, you said it just before, Udo, that until it is over everywhere, it is not over anywhere. But in addition to that, that the nationalistic fervour, literally, which is deepening in every corner of the globe at the moment, has been really quite, what's the word? It's baffling, because it is in the enlightened self-interest of the West, of the high-income countries, to ensure that we end this pandemic all over the world. Because you referred also to the instability in the Sahel region, the instability across Africa. It is not unrelated to the pandemic. This is a geopolitical crisis. It's a peace and security crisis, not just a health crisis. And I think one of our first faults from the very beginning has been to view it from a health lens. has been to view it as a microbe, but the microbe has defeated all of us. This tiny little virus has defeated the global community. It has shown and exposed the very cracks and the fissures that we have. You speak to inequality, but let me speak to you about inequity and justice, injustice. My two key words are equity and justice. Inequality means a different thing to inequity. Raphael just spoke about the inequality, about the internet connection, but really what Raphael was speaking about was not inequality, was inequity. And what we have seen in this pandemic has been inequity in vaccines, inequity in diagnostics, inequity in health systems and in treatments. I was interviewed by a reporter for one of your outlets today who said to me, well, we have not seen the deaths, we have not seen the numbers coming out of Africa. And my immediate response to that is, we haven't because we don't have testing. Because to come here, for me, it cost me $150 to take a test to be able to leave my country and come into this country. How many people can afford that? How many health systems are there within rural communities in Africa where people can get tested? People are dying from a lack of oxygen. So before we even get to the very metric by which we are measuring the severity of the pandemic is flawed. It is flawed because people think it is not so bad in Africa because, oh, Europe, we have millions of cases. You have millions of cases because you have millions of tests. Let me use Nigeria as an example. Nigeria has tested in total, since the pandemic started, just over 4 million tests. Not people, 4 million tests in total. The United States of America, the last time I checked a few weeks ago, had tested almost 1 billion people, 1 billion tests conducted. The United Kingdom, I believe, I don't know the figures for Europe, but the United Kingdom conducts over 10 million every week. So how can you say people are dying in their homes and because of culture and tradition and a lack of basic mortuary services even, the basics, those people are just burying immediately next door. Nobody is testing. So when we talk about vaccination, like you said, 37 million Africans thrown into extreme poverty. What is causing this instability? It is a lack of trust. It's a lack of trust in governance. It's a lack of trust in political leadership. That lack of trust in country or on continent leadership is spilling over to the rest of the world. Our bonds of trust have been broken. So if we are going to truly have the true EU-Africa true partnership that we need to start telling each other the truth. We need to start telling each other that this is not a slave-master relationship, but that we have to go not to charity, but to partnership, that we have to walk side by side, not one in front of the other. And as we vaccinate the world, at the moment, the pandemic is feeling like it might be over in parts of Europe. People are behaving as though it's over, but it is not over. And we need to re-amp the urgency, because the instability of the 37 million Africans thrown into poverty is going to spill over into the rest of the continent. And then it will spill over into the ocean as it spills into, literally, as people begin to flood into Europe because of the fear of what is at home. So even if we don't want to do this out of a sense of moral obligation, which we should, out of a sense of this is what is right to keep people alive, then it is in our enlightened self-interest, those of you on this side of that ocean, to say we have to do our best economically. Education is my other passion. Girls' education, can I just finish on this? Because I can't speak without speaking about girls. I can't speak without speaking about gender. I can't speak without speaking about those young women who have been forced into, I don't call it child marriage, I call it sold into sex slavery. That's not it's not marriage. Girls who have stopped their education because of these 37 million who are thrown into poverty. It is those 37 million who are fueling the insurrections, or whatever you want to call it, from the Sahel, from Lake Chad region into Mali, into Guinea-Bissau, into all of the countries, into Guinea, where we're seeing uprisings today. An unstable Africa means an unstable world, and it is no time for business as usual. So just as the world came together to rebuild Europe, Europe after 1945 and the new institutions were built. It is now time for the world to come back together and rebuild the institutions like we rebuilt Bretton Woods institutions. The institutions we have today are no longer fit for purpose. They have passed their sell-by date, as we say. We need to do things a different way. We need to rebuild together, but it's not just rebuilding what was old. Some of what was there was broken. We need to build a new world, and we need to build it together, as you said. Obrigado. We have lost our moderator. He's there.
Yes. There's just, thank you very much for your great presentation. It's just the question of how these partnerships must be based on the truth. And that's what we need to push for in this relationship with the European Union. And I pass now the floor to Mr. Richard Kozel-Wright, Director of the Globalization and Development Strategies at the UN Conference on Trade and Development.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you to the group for the invitation. I want to pick up a little bit on what's just been said. I'm obviously in complete agreement with the vaccination challenge and the need for that to advance much more swiftly than has been the case so far. And also, of course, the fact that we are in a geopolitical crisis that we need to acknowledge, and the fundamental changes that are taking place that need to be reflected in the building of partnerships between Africa and Europe. Obviously, from our point of view, though, underneath all this is a persistent development crisis across much of the African region. And sadly, it's a crisis that has its roots in the historic links with Europe, of course. I mean, this is part of the problem. Much of Africa has remained stuck in commodity-dependent economies with all the inequities, inequalities, and fragilities that go with that. Industrialization has not been able to take hold, even though it's been now a goal of policymakers across the continent for 60 years or more. Indeed, in recent years, under the kind of neoliberal writing of the rules of the global economic game, many African countries have suffered from deindustrialization at levels of income where that simply should not be happening. And as a consequence of these underlying structural dynamics, too many parts of the working population are in highly informal and precarious types of working relationships in which productivity growth and investment and building up skills are pretty talk, but are not likely to happen given the pressures that most people work under in those conditions. And at the national level, governments, in response to the weaknesses that they face with these underlying structures, have had to borrow very heavily to provide basic services to meet import demands, etc. And those growing levels of indebtedness have compounded these structural weaknesses and have created a very fragile situation that, of course, was apparent before the pandemic hit. I mean, in the work that we've done in UNCTAD post-global financial crisis, we've warned about these vulnerabilities and fragilities. And as the decade came to an end in 2019, as we were looking at the prospects for developing countries in general, but particularly for least developed countries and countries in Africa, the worry then was without a fundamental change in the rules of the game and the support from the multilateral community, many countries were facing a lost decade again, as they'd faced it in the 1970s in many parts of Africa and Latin America. And under those conditions, if that's what was going to happen in 2019, then we were worried that the ambition of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2030, let alone the additional commitments in the Paris Agreement with respect to climate challenges, these simply were undeliverable in large parts of the African continent. And the crisis has now come on top of these underlying, in many respects have certainly exposed, for the reasons that previous colleagues have talked about, they've exposed these vulnerabilities and in many respects have exaggerated them. And if what worries us as we look at the continent is that if Europe, along with other advanced economies, goes back to business as usual, it's the big promise of the pandemic, of course, and the language that we've heard is that, we can't go back to business as usual. We need a different way within the European context and the advanced economy context of handling our own challenges because of the inequalities that have risen in Europe and elsewhere. So we can't go back to business as usual. That was the mantra during the last 2 years. We worry, and as we look at what is coming, we worry that already advanced economies are going back to business as usual. Austerity is around the corner. The tightening of monetary and fiscal policy is beginning to happen. Inflation is providing a cover for that. The threat of higher interest rates, which we don't think will solve the inflation problem in the advanced economies, has potentially devastating consequences for highly indebted countries in the developing world in general and in Africa in particular. And if this is the path that the advanced economies are taking, talk of partnerships is all very nice, but the reality on the ground will be that countries are being squeezed in terms of their fiscal space. Investment will be severely hampered. Productivity growth and job creation will slow down significantly, and we will unfortunately see what we worried about over 2 years ago, a lost decade for much of the continent. So that kind of scenario, I think, is something that we need to face up to. We need to face up to the actions of economic policy taken in the advanced economies, the consequences of that for developing countries in general and Africa in particular, and we need to live up to the rhetoric of not going back to business as usual. I think the S&D group is in a particularly important position for pushing a different kind of narrative that doesn't resort to that business as usual type approach, and understands that in the highly interconnected world that you all talked about, the consequences of Europe, getting its own policy wrong will have profound consequences for the African region. And in that context, I think, at least what we would like to see from the UNCTAD point of view, is for the European Union to be much bolder and much more ambitious and much more creative in its rethinking of the multilateral context. The last speaker rightly talked about the parallels, I think, with 1944, 1945, and the truth of the matter is the multilateral system is a long, long way from what the designers of the Bretton Woods system thought they were building at that time. In many respects, it's the opposite. The object of that system was to ensure that austerity would not be the default position of macroeconomic adjustment, that countries, including the poorest countries, would have access to sufficient amounts of long-term public international finance, and that economic bullying would not be, in the words of Henry Morgenthau, who was the host of the Bretton Woods Conference, economic bullying would not be an acceptable part of international economic discourse. And all those things that were integral to the Bretton Woods system, I'm sorry to say, have been thrown to one side, and in many respects the opposite is true. And we've seen that in a very visceral way in the way in which the vaccination question has unrolled over the course of the last 2 years, and particularly, of course, the issue of the waiving of intellectual property rights on vaccines. And we need to address these questions, I think, not just in terms of the relationship between Africa and Europe and the partnership, but within the context of the larger multilateral system and the fact, I think it's one of you mentioned that it's not fit for purpose, and that is, I'm sorry to say the truth. The multilateral system, as it's currently constituted, is not fit for purpose in terms of dealing with the inequities, the levels of indebtedness, the problems of informality that are now endemic across much of the African continent. And unless we solve those problems and begin to solve those problems, I think issues of trust, the problems of being left behind, will really not be solved. So it's a plea, I think, for the group to really think about not just the Africa-EU partnership, but to put that in the wider multilateral context and to force through a rethinking of the multilateral agenda as you worry about the relationships with Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Kozul-Wright. It's a good question for us to be reflecting on whether the European Union relationship with Africa will remain as business as usual or what will change. And very much like it's one of those central questions that we still need to discuss also in Africa. How do Africans take a view on their leaderships so that there can be equal partners to the European Union in the driving forces of development in their own countries? I will pass now the floor to Dr. Barbel Kaufler, German Parliamentary State Secretary for Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you very much to everybody who organized that meeting, and to the S&D parliamentary group who is responsible for that very important exchange of views. Well, what I heard before from my two previous speakers, it's actually, I would totally agree with a lot of things which were said. First of all, with the global situation described in general, the geopolitical crisis which was pointed out, and also especially with that we have to speak out the truth and begin starting and speaking the truth. Well, there's an old saying, politics starts with looking closely what is really happening on the ground, and that has to do a lot with speaking out the truth. And what my previous speaker was pointing out, that we have to see that we don't repeat the same mistakes we were having in the last years, that we have to not to go back to business as usual, but have to, how it's always pointed out, build back better. Well, I'm here for representing our German Ministry of Economical Cooperation and Development. And well, of course, I have a little bit technical problems. They are talking to me now on a second channel, so I try to ignore that. Sorry for that interruption. I want to show a little bit, or point out a little bit, what is the thought or the politics our ministry is trying to establish, is trying to work on, where we are concerned now on how to deal with the crisis, and how to really deal not only with the COVID and pandemic crisis, But what we've seen very clearly, and the other speakers were pointing out, it's not just a crisis on health impacts or health questions, it's an economical and it's a social crisis. And we have to really try to build back better and don't come back to business as usual, but really realize what need to be done and what need to be invested also in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030. And it was pointed out how big the challenge is. We know the figures from the IMF that we have to invest hundreds of billions of US dollar a year in most African countries on the continent if we really want to reach those goals. And we have, of course, as the EU and AU summit come to a close and very intense debate how we can do that really precisely so it's making a difference on the ground. We see, of course, and was pointed out, the low vaccination rates and the limited financial means. And what we are trying now with our ministry is to work as much as can be done to help and improve the access to vaccines and support for vaccine logistics, and also for all the support on economical development in the surroundings. It was described also by previous speakers that we can beat this pandemic only if we beat it globally and if we do it together and if we can have vaccinations on all continents and not only in the rich or industrialized countries. And otherwise, it's a question of inequality and inequity, of course, but it's also simply the truth that we are caught then in an endless loop of continuous new mutations of the virus, and we all will have to suffer from that pandemic in a continuous way. So that is very important for us to see that, and that's why also we want to advocate and work for fair distribution of vaccines. The member states of the European Union are planning or coming up with 700 million vaccine doses available for various developing countries to the end of the year, and a large percentage of them will be destined to Africa. But I think that's not the only answer which can be given on a pandemic crisis like we see today. We have to come up with better ideas for developing local capacities for vaccine production on the African continent as an essential instrument for the future, also to fight pandemics which might come in the future. And it's not only the question on COVID-19, and it's also the question of other diseases like malaria, like tuberculosis. We know that the African Union is pursuing the goal of increasing vaccine production in Africa from a current level of only 1% to a target of 60% in 2040. And my ministry, the BMZ, is really willing and working to work together with African partners and support this development wherever it is possible. We started with money, like it's mostly the answer then, but we started with 500 million euros to support the development of vaccine production on the African continent. And I think that is very important, not only see the crisis at the moment, but find solutions how we can broaden up the production of medicine, of vaccination, but also to support investments in local health structures and health systems. That's one of the topics, surely also for the EU African Summit, which I would think is very important. We try to support, as I was pointing out, not only the issue, and try to discuss the issue not only on the health level, but really see a broad question for the future to come. We have to build up capacities for public investment. And it's an issue, I'm sure it's an issue also in my country, it's an issue in Europe, how we really can not fall back in an austerity policy, but really invest in public infrastructures, which is needed, and do that also in our working together with partners from the African continent. So targeting investments through transformative projects in health, in renewable energy. We were talking about digital divide and digital issues and questions. How really to invest in those questions of social and economical integration, strengthening domestic revenues, mobilizing also private money. Yes, why not? And do that in a way that people can participate in both our continents and find working spaces also especially for Africa, for a growing population and a younger population, to find really working places with decent work and decent circumstances to make up the living. That's part of the politics my ministry is trying to support. And I only can underline that the questions pointed out by all previous speakers, that we have to fight the underlying inequality, inequity, injustice is the real goal of our work here in the BMZ and the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. And I'm very thankful that I have the chance to highlight that a little bit now in our conversation, but I see that only as a starting point, and we know we need to work continuously together on those topics. So thanks for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to hear from all the other participants about their insights and their ideas. Thank you very much.
This race. Barbel Koffler for pointing us to one of the critical issues that is being discussed now in Africa, how to build local capacity for vaccine production in the continent, and particularly on other diseases such as malaria and tuberculosis that are some of the main killers in Africa. Now we will move to Dr. Petro Terblanche, who's the managing director of Afrigen Biologics. And this is a nice segue because we can hear more about this issue of vaccine production in Africa. The floor to you, Dr. Terblanche.
Thank you very much, Rafael, and to the European political family. Thank you for allowing a sound scientist on this panel. I want to reflect for a moment into history. And there is a very strong truth that if we do not learn from writing and reading our history, we will be deemed to repeat it. And I want to use the examples of HIV in the 90s, the availability and the prioritization to get antiretrovirals to Africa took a long time. I want to talk about the case study of tuberculosis, again, a disease mostly of Africa, of low and middle income countries. For 30 years, there was no new drugs registered for the treatment of tuberculosis, throwing us into drug resistance and multi-drug resistance TB. And when COVID came, this really shone a very bright light on the inequalities of Africa. And we have to ask the question, does Africa matter? And my discussion today is around we have to make ourselves matter. And I want to use the example of already what was triggered by COVID-19 and the global realization that we only safe if everybody is safe, and that if Africa was not being vaccinated and not have access to vaccines, we will not stop this pandemic. Statistics are that prior to COVID, there were about 6 facilities on the African continent being able to produce vaccines, most of them in a full finish and very little capacity to make a drug product and the full end-to-end manufacturing. Since COVID and since the initiatives that's been started 18 months ago, very hardly driven by Team Europe and the partnerships that they have with Africa, There are now 19 initiatives on this continent to create capacity in partnership mode for the production of vaccines. Yes, it is driven by COVID-19, but there is enormous momentum being created by this realization. For the first time, this is not HIV and TB, which is a disease for Africa. This is now a global issue. The partnerships that we are seeing developing here are profound. We see strong commercial partnerships for technology transfer, commercialization, contract manufacturing. That's good for the continent. We're seeing softer partnerships in research and development. We're seeing partnerships around Team Europe facilitating and enabling technology transfer, creation of capacity, capability, skills that is a critical component of building an ecosystem for manufacturing. What we see happening now through the Partners for African Manufacturing Initiative and the goal and the strategy that Africa will move from the ability to produce 1% of the vaccines that we need to producing 60% of the vaccines that we need by 2040 through partnerships. We have seen now that this momentum has already creating significant funding, technology partnerships, and for me as a scientist working in the biotechnology space, partnerships for innovation. I believe that the history of TB, HIV and COVID will be turned around and we will not repeat this because of the initiatives now driving partnerships in technology, science, and in a total ecosystem, creating capacity on this continent to make our own vaccines and to use that as a catalyst for socio-economic development. My final point, very few sectors provides the multipliers that a high technology or a technology intensive manufacturing sector can provide. And vaccine manufacturing would be one of the key catalysts for socio-economic development on this continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Petro Terblanche, for the very crispy presentation, and also for pointing out to the need that Africans make themselves matter. So it's a responsibility that continues to fall on people on the continent to make themselves matter and to create that capacity to respond to the challenges our populations face. And now to Mr. Patrick Tipo, Executive Director of the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative and Head of Science and Innovation at BioVac.
Hi, Raphael, thank you so much. Hopefully you can hear me loudly and clearly. Thank you for the invitation to participate and share some thoughts and remarks. I really want to echo what Pietro has said and build on some of her thoughts that she shared. I think what we've seen, and obviously my background is in vaccine development and vaccine manufacture, and that is what I will be talking to with the cap of the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative on. So the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative was created more than 10 years ago because of anticipating this very situation that we are in today. And I think that we have worked hard over the last 10 or 12 years to raise this as an important issue and a strategic intervention that was required to be ready. Thankfully, I think we all have come to realize now that being confronted with a pandemic like COVID, and COVID has brought that sobering reality to all of us, it is more than just a health issue, and we've heard this repeated over and over again. Pietro has said that it's a socioeconomic issue. It's a national security issue. And we've seen that across the globe, where there was the ability to respond in an accelerated way, through vaccine development investments and efforts, as well as vaccine manufacturing efforts, it was only because there was a base present. And that base was built in peacetime, where routine vaccines were required, and certain countries and regions of the world had managed to build a formidable base, and it's off this base that certain countries could then launch themselves into what we've experienced as the successes of the COVID vaccine development efforts across the globe, and then also scale up manufacturing at risk. So I think what we are most grateful for is that on the African continent, we don't have to start from scratch. As Pedro has said, we are open for business. Things are moving. We have an unprecedented initiative championed by the African CDC in the form of the Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing. So there is a continental-wide approach, as well as a country and company-specific approach. And we like to see this as the bridge built from both sides, with the optimistic view that it's going to connect in the middle. And so I think we need to spotlight and highlight the initiatives like the mRNA vaccine technology hub that has been established in Africa, and that Afrigen is leading together with WHO. We need to trumpet the successes of companies like Afrigen, Aspen, who have managed to be a producer of COVID-19 and supply that to the African market through partnerships, and others like BioVac, who have built their capability starting 15 years ago with this situation in mind to be ready. Yes, there's still lots to do. There is still many gaps to fill, but the momentum is gaining. And I think one of the key things that we have to address is the sustainability issue with respect to what do we do once these capabilities have been established. And we're talking about the infrastructure, we're talking about workforce development and skills, we're talking about the regulatory capability and the technical support required, the whole ecosystem. It's important that this thing goes beyond COVID. And I think many of us do appreciate the fact that COVID has forced us to use it as a trigger and as a catalyst. But it is even more important to realize that it doesn't stop with COVID. That the partnerships, the initiatives currently underway, and that which will be secured into the future needs to be fueled for 10, 20, 30 years. And that this means that we need to relook and reshape the way the markets are managed and structured on the African continent. Because without a market access, these industries and capabilities on the African continent are going to end up as white elephants. And for this, there needs to be an overall appreciation, and this is what we are asking for from all the stakeholders involved in the system, that there's a sober look at what someone called a resilience premium might be required initially for a period of 10 or 15 years for vaccines made in Africa, to ensure that we do extract the value, which is deep and wide, going forward over the next 2, 3, 4 decades. So the importance of private sector partnerships come into focus, the importance of partnerships with agencies like Gavi and UNICEF, the African Union, AVAT, requires very, very close examination, but we can't end up doing things the way we've done it before. We have to actually break those models and remodel this thing. And I'm not suggesting for one moment that this needs to be an all or nothing approach. Obviously, the transition needs to be managed very carefully. It's a very delicate ecosystem, but it's important that the paradigm shifts. One further point that I'd like to make, and that while this will require diversification, I think this needs to be an element of what happens, and I'm talking about diversification in terms of technologies, in terms of products, in terms of regions and companies and countries. There needs to be a spread of this. We must not forget about the importance of vaccine R&D. And this is, I think, at the center of what the mRNA technology hub is trying to achieve. Because without capability, internal local capability to develop product oneself, one is never going to break the cycle of dependency on outside partnerships. Because
Hello, sir.
even for
Just to wrap up your presentation, because we're just beyond the time allotted to each speaker.
we can then look after our own needs to a greater extent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to save time, we go straight to Mr. Udo Bowman, the coordinator for the Socialists and Democrats Africa Week. The floor to you.
Thanks so much, moderator. We have discussed in a very rich mode already all over the issues. And from my point of view, allow me to refocus what perhaps is the most substantial also for us here as policymakers in the European Parliament. If I look through the lens of our political group, through the lens of this political institution, European Parliament, there has to be a message not only for the summit next week, but also for us as well. What can we do? And Kathleen will wrap up at a later stage. But what I understand, this is already a clear message for substantial change. What we have to do is to revise our policies. We have to listen to our partners, and we have to go for what our last speaker has rightly said, a paradigm shift. For my understanding, that is directed first and foremost to the health crisis directly, of course. We are very often asked what should be done, and there is only one, for me there is only one answer. And that answer has been, let me quote, has been given by Mario Draghi when he still was the president of the European Central Bank. Today he is the leader of the government in Italy. On the climax of the Eurozone crisis, there was only one answer in a famous speech in London when he said, whatever it takes. Yes. If this is true, my dear friends, for the crisis of a monetary system, isn't it even more true in a situation where millions of lives are at stake? So the only possible answer for me, what to do, is whatever it takes. And the rest is pragmatism. Pragmatism. Because the quickest solution is the best. And the most comprehensive, holistic solution is the best. And that needs everybody on the table. And at the table, and I'm very happy that we have so much expertise today which presented by you and hopefully also by colleagues watching our discussion, that we can put together to solve this health crisis directly. But it has also been clear, coming out of our conversation, that we are going far beyond COVID. What we need for Africa especially, but not only, is a global system of a health infrastructure that really provides the expected sustainable results for everybody. And that has to be a very dense net of capacities to produce vaccines, pharmaceutical prescriptions, and all the respective materials and goods that are needed, but also the infrastructure to serve our populations in an appropriate way, with nurses, with doctors, with hospitals. So that has to become a global issue and not only a national question. Beyond health, we were speaking about inequalities, inadequacies, injustices, and we would say, as socialists and democrats, that has to set the agenda for the forthcoming months, for our political work, for the forthcoming years. And it's not by accident that we, from both our committees, from the Trade Committee, which is core, and from the Development Committee, which is core, right in the middle of global politics immediately. So everybody can realize trade development is the crucial issue, that we have said fighting inequalities. That is the basic motivation which we have to follow, and is our political compass to revise also our instruments. It's very clear, and Dr. Alakija was speaking about education. If you have more than 30 million young people out of school, kids out of school, we have to do something about it, not to lose a whole generation. Yes, of course, we need to invest in sustainable development. Only if we invest in green technologies, the renewables, that we can have a sustainable provision with energy sufficiently, but also reorganize our systems of consumption and production, then we will make it for the 2030 sustainability agenda. And here I have to say Africa is an extremely rich continent. Young societies, young people who have no interest in drowning in the Mediterranean, but waiting for their personal task. How can you contribute to the wealth and the future of your nation? So allow them to doing that. This is our task in our collaboration. This is exactly what should come out of the summit next week and what should guide our political programs. That has to be core for us, and we know exactly it's about 100 billion investment gap in the African continent to fulfill the promises of the sustainability agenda. So we have to do our very best, as Richard said, also to lead ourselves out of this economic and financial deadlock, that we organize the fiscal space, especially for African countries, to invest into their own sustainable future, not to come forward with nuclear power plants with rich countries would like to sell to you, but to make use of sun, of wind, of water. Well, you have plenty of that resources. So why not pioneering here as the world leader in renewables and in sustainable production schemes? It's also a story about regionalization of our economic systems, about supply chains that have to be renovated, and here trade is again becoming crucial for our further policies. One last thought, one last argument of what we can do. There's plenty of money at stake. Meanwhile, we have this Global Europe facilities that is 80 billion for the next 5-6 years. And if you take together the Team Europe, and I would like to praise Jutta Oppelan, our commissioner, because she is organizing this work together with the other member states. And I welcome very much what Bärbel Kovler has said, because Bärbel is delivering on this agenda from the side of one important member state, from Germany. What we can do is that we really check out of this more than, if you take everything together, more than 100 billion euros. And if you identify yourself with these prospects of the gateway initiatives, then private money is going to come in. Nothing against private money, as long as it is used in a sustainable way and is organizing the progress. It's the European Parliament's, I'm finalizing my last sentence, it's the European Parliament's job to scrutinize that in advance as in ex post, so that we get it right and the money is going to the people directly where it is needed most. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. And now we will pass to Mohamed Ravat from Zambia. And I will call other youth representatives also to give their views and as respondents to the presentations made here. And please, just to remind you to be very sharp on and time aware of in your presentations.
Thank you very much, moderator. So I think as a youth representative, I see my role here. I mean, first of all, it's been fascinating listening to all of you and benefiting from all of your expertise. I think I'm just going to try to respond to some of the things that I've heard. So just as I came in, I think we were talking about inequity and inequalities. And that's, you know, we talked about the people who actually had access to vaccines, had access to testing, and I think you mentioned the cost of your test. But I think there's another level to it. Even from those people who have received the vaccines, it took approximately a year for those vaccines to be recognised here in the EU and in the UK. And I had this case where I was travelling with my mum from Lusaka. We were going to the UK, but it was a similar situation across the EU. I was fully vaccinated in the UK. She was fully vaccinated back home in Zambia. She had to quarantine. I was free to go out. Exactly the same vaccine. AstraZeneca, mine and hers. But, you know, so, you know, she was lucky enough to get the vaccine in the first place. Even then, she didn't get the equal treatment that she should have, you know, that she deserved. So I think, you know, we really need to reflect on that one point. I think as I was coming in, I also caught a conversation of the trilateral sort of or multilateral sort of approach to this. And I think if we go back, I think it was about 2008 when the EU first launched the EU-Africa-China sort of initiative, and then that went out of the window because Africa didn't accept it for very, very good reasons. I think going forward, we need to accept that Europe going into Africa goes in with a lot of baggage. And we have to accept that baggage exists. If we're to be pragmatic in our approach to the future, then we need to accept it's there. And so we need to accept also the role of China in the future, and we need to accommodate for that in our policies. Now, in 2019, you know, the EU kind of failed with their own bilateral agreement with China. It didn't really go that much further. So the hope for a trilateral sort of agreement, any trilateral conversation at the moment is kind of bleak. But going forward, we need to be very real. And I do think that the EU needs to accept that if you don't step up, if you're not there, there are others that will fill the gap. And we're seeing that right now. I'm wrapping up with a final point. We're seeing that right now with the Russian mercenaries. They're there in Mali, they're there in Central Africa, they're there. If we leave a gap, that gap will be filled by someone else. So before that happens, I think it's better we step up and we make sure we're there on time.
Alimassi Michel from Italy, please take the floor. Can anyone hear me? I'm calling on Milton Alimasi. Alimasi. Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm happy to go on if no one wants to speak.
Then Hamet Indrebiogo. I hope I said it correctly. Hello? Ahmed Indrebiogo? Not available.
Bonjour. Oui, oui, bonjour. Oui, effectivement, en ce qui concerne la pandémie, particulièrement au Burkina Faso, c'est avec le climat, nous ne sommes pas, nous avons une capacité un peu de résistance, mais il faut savoir qu'elle est vraiment une réalité et qu'il faut vraiment que nous puissions développer ces vaccins-là. Dans un premier temps, c'est le vaccin AstraZeneca qui a été introduit dans notre pays. Nous avons, moi-même personnellement, c'est ce vaccin-là. Je suis à ma 2e dose. Mais au fur et à mesure, c'est vrai qu'elle est un peu ralentie ces 2 dernières années et ces derniers temps. Mais les semaines passées, si on remarque, il y a encore de l'ascendance parce que plus le temps passe, les gens, les mesures barrières, le port de cache-nez, les gens ont commencé à s'habituer à revivre une vie un peu normale. Or, ce n'est pas le cas. Donc, je pense qu'avec, si nous arrivons à sensibiliser pour que les gens puissent, avec des vaccins vraiment adéquats, ça va permettre de ralentir ce fléau dans nos différents pays, surtout en Afrique. Merci.
Dr. Alakija for one remark on the issue of we have about 10% of people vaccinated in Africa. And just to talk a little bit about the walls created between Europe and Africa with issues of how, and Mohammed gave a very good example, this disparity in treatment for people who take the same vaccine, because one took in Europe and the other took in Africa. Can you just make a brief comment on these walls that have been created while at the same time we have this generosity of European countries donating vaccines to Africa, but yet discriminating on the same vaccines they donate?
Very passionately on this particular issue of vaccine apartheid. Look, the wars created not just between Europe and Africa, but and I understand that exact scenario that you're describing. First of all, people in Africa got the vaccines much later, and then we talk about we've had a lot of conversation around the fact that there's vaccine hesitancy in Africa and that people don't want to take the vaccine. But I also say that there is no vaccine confidence without vaccine equity, because the reason that there has been equity, there's been some people have been. It's a lack of trust. It's not even hesitancy. It's a lack of trust for the exact reason that Mohammed gave. If you're telling me that a vaccine that I have taken, that you have sent to my continent, is therefore considered substandard in your own place, then you're telling me that you have sent me the B grade or the C grade. I mean, that is how it has been perceived. But I want to go back a little bit to the political side of this and the geopolitics. And I mean, I talked about at the very beginning of the pandemic, I said that we're in a geopolitical mud fight. And the reason I said that was because when AstraZeneca, when the UK were chest beating about AstraZeneca and it was the solution, and then there was a certain moment there where there was concerns about AstraZeneca and European countries pulled away from it. That messaging, I think in that moment that messaging was being created between, the fallout of Brexit in many ways. I mean, I have to say that really the almost failure of the AstraZeneca product has been due to the fallout of Brexit. But it was more than the fallout of Brexit. There's a saying, an African saying, that when elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. And so that fallout, it was us. It was the low-income countries of the world that suffered, because in that moment, you in the EU, to my right here, could go to Pfizer and could go to Moderna, and you had options, but to my left in Zambia and to Nigeria, the only vaccine available was AstraZeneca. So that war was created, and that speaks to the issue of trust that I spoke to earlier. And I also love what Mohammed said about the sort of mercenaries in whatever parts of Africa. But when I talked earlier at the very beginning, my opening remarks about the geopolitical alliances shifting, I didn't want to mention any particular nations because I'm not here to do that. But we're beginning to see that shift. And I'm happy that many of the leaders are coming here next week. And I do also hope that our African leaders will also learn to speak truth when they're in front of you all, that they also will choose to speak truth, be it to power, be it to their peers. Let us not have these polite conversations. Oh, thank you so much. You sent us 500,000 vaccines. No, you sent me vaccines that were going to expire within weeks. So I think we need an honest conversation, and we'll get to a better place.
Okay, thank you very much. And now for the closing remarks, we bring in Ms. Kathleen van Bremt, member of the European Parliament and of the CD Group. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raphael. What can I say after your last intervention? Also your first, but also your last intervention. It's what I wanted to tell as well. But let me start where I wanted to start. First of all, thanks everybody for very interesting contributions, and it's good to have doctors and scientists on board. We need them. That's what I've been telling all the time during this pandemic. I don't have a clue about what's happening with the virus and what measures that we need to take. We need to listen very closely to scientists, and then it's up to politicians to make brave decisions. And I think you asked Dr. Alakaya. It's like Alakicha. You see, that's always always so delicate to pronounce names, but we can accept that we make mistakes on that. You said, were we really together in this pandemic? And I think we were not. And I think many people outlined it. There were, of course, before this pandemic, a lot of issues, challenges, vulnerabilities. There is rising inequalities in the world that affect Africa in particular. There is a very huge climate challenge, and I'm very happy Udo mentioned the challenges and the opportunities over there. And there is a rising geopolitical war that was already there, with Europe in the middle, not really knowing what stance it should take. And there was a lot of rhetoric towards Africa in a positive way, but there was not yet real policy at hand at that moment. And then the pandemic came, and it made all these issues more severe and even more challenging. But the answers that we should have given were not the right answers. And I do have to make the case on the vaccines. As many of you mentioned, I always listen very carefully when Ursula von der Leyen is taking the floor on the global vaccination strategy, because she's always very powerful in her speeches. But she does make, and she did make, the whole commission, but she's the figure, the president of that commission. They did make a huge mistake. Of course, in the starting point, when we had these vaccines and we had production, it was good to tell to low-income countries, to the African continent, we will donate. of course, that is part of the solution. The moment that you have production capacity and you are ready to share them. But let's be honest, sharing these capacities and these doses came at the end. Let's be quite frank with each other. It was first the European population, and then with the leftovers, we did the donation. But the real mistake has been made when the discussion on intellectual property rights came at hand, because it is crucial, and I do want to make that case. It's crucial in many aspects. For sure. Even from a European perspective and from the perspective that we need to end this pandemic, it is so obvious that you need more production and more production capacity, and then you need to be able to use all production sites and all capability that is there at hand. That's so obvious. So you need to share your technologies. But in second instance, it's also about how to deal in a geopolitical way with a continent like Africa. And you, Dr. Alakicha, you talked about vaccine hesitancy, and we do have that problem in Europe as well. And I always get a little bit nervous when they use that argument when it comes to Africa, when we have the same issues. But it is an essential part of what you already mentioned. It is about trust. And I always ask people in Europe, let's imagine we would not have the mRNA technology. No, let's imagine the mRNA technology came from China. And we all know, and I'm even proud that we can say the mRNA technology has proven to be the superior technology to combat not just the first virus, but all the other variants. But let's assume it came from China. What would be the reaction of the European people? Would there be so much trust as there is today amongst the European population? So sharing the technology, making sure, and also others talked about it, making sure that you build up the capacity in these countries, the knowledge to deal with the vaccination, but not just to make the vaccination, but the logistics that comes with them. And that combination with trust is the very important reason why we should have done that from the 80s, the 90s, up until this pandemic. And many of you said, let's learn the lessons from this pandemic. Oh, how many times didn't we say that? Didn't we say, Udo, the same when we had the financial crisis, that we would take all the lessons on board? We often do take some lessons on board, but not all of them. And to be able to shift the paradigm, to change, to leave business as usual behind us, we really have to take on board these lessons. And the Africa Summit, EU-Africa Summit of this week is crucial. And I do hope that also the European leaders take that on board. As been mentioned, it's not only about the health issues, the vaccination issues, it's also about the economy, the Green Deal, and there I share the positive feelings that Udo announced on them, because it is not automatically, but it can be a basis of equal partnership when it comes to renewable energy, hydrogen, for instance. But then Europe really needs to make sure that they are not just interested in the commodities of Africa, but to make a real partnership and make sure that the benefits are there. Last point that I want to make is there are two things I think that is crucial that everybody also puts a focus on. The first is the pandemic treaty. There is, I know it's difficult at the moment, and you talked about multilateralism and the defeat of multilateralism today and all the difficulties that we have. But I still believe multilateralism is a part of the answer, and we need to fundamentally also rethink our systems, but we need to take care of the multilateral system because we will need it absolutely. But I know multilateralism can be extremely slow and it takes a lot of time to come to conclusions. But let's try to make this pandemic treaty a basis where both on health access, on development, and on trade, because I think there needs to be an important trade part in the pandemic treaty, that might be a basis to tackle future pandemics. And the second point is what we will need to do in the Parliament. It was the SND who really demanded that this Parliament would install a special committee on what happened during the pandemic, and part of that special committee will focus on very domestic issues. But a lot of domestic issues are related also to our global stance. Let's take the example of the contracts Europe made with the pharmaceutical industry, the lack of transparency, and the fact that we still don't know what has been promised there when they hugely made more production available and more vaccines available. Didn't the pharmaceutical industry requested that their intellectual property rights would be defended all the way? We don't know in the European Parliament. We should know. So there is a close connection between domestic issues, the way we deal with our pharmaceutical industry, and how we deal it globally. And I think we will need a lot of courage in this Parliament to tackle that. But I believe I'm not against intellectual property rights, but I am against intellectual property rights when we're dealing with a global pandemic. I am against intellectual property rights when it means that when we invested a lot of public money, vaccines are not publicly available for all world citizens. Voilà, just a few thoughts at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I call on Alimasi Michel from Italy also to make some comments. We still have some 11 minutes. So, Michel, have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Yeah. We mentioned a lot of time during this meeting, let's speak the truth. And if we have to be honest and speak the truth, when we mention let's create an equal partnership, we are not actually creating an equal partnership. But it's not an equal partnership. The NAFTA is not an equal partnership, even the European Union. There are stronger player, there are less stronger player, there are power dynamic, in the economic, in the political point of view, and so on. And just to take on like the richer point on let's be creative in the future and not just focusing on the operational firefighting modes, on finding solutions to specific problems today, that the way we are used to work, but let's be creative for the next 20 years. And I think the three key elements we should take in account are basically the difference across capabilities, both within the continent and across the continent. So in terms of technical skills, in terms of negotiation skills, in terms of history of diplomatic relations. The coordination mechanism. So European Union had an advantage because basically it's many decades we are trying to create a partnership within European countries, even if it's an unequal partnership. So let's share this, the learning, the point that we made during these years. And finally, and this was mentioned before, let's focus on the context and let's not be a jealous partner or a jealous friend. We know there are other actors across the globe that will cooperate and will try to forge new partnership with both Africa and the European Union. But I think that the only way to the future is having a stronger partnership that might be unequal in some part for both ways. So both continents got their strengths or their weaknesses, but it's based on the realization that we need to solve problems in the long run, not just fix little, small, and even big issues today. So thinking about how to share capabilities across the countries, even beyond the vaccination campaign, how to promote a more structured coordination. So even in Africa, we didn't have like the experience on how to deal across multiple countries' agreement, apart from some experiments. And let's learn about the context, because it's not true that we we are moving on from business as usual, because it wasn't business as usual before, because it was a post-economic crisis, wasn't a
Thank you,
business as
Ali
usual
Masi.
before. So thank you again.
Thank you. Each panelist will have 1 minute to wrap up his or her thoughts, but I would like just to add also, if one of the panelists can't respond, about the green transition and energy access for Africa. Now that Europe has developed itself, and then we see these restrictions on the rest of the world in terms of transitioning to energy access, how can there be a win-win strategy between Europe and Africa regarding the green transition, so that it is not seen just as another act of selfishness from the Europeans that will keep Africans lagging behind as usual? So each panelist has 1 minute, and we start from Mr. Sorry, we can start with Alakija, Dr. Alakija, and then we go from the very order each one spoke.
Well, thank you very much. To ask me to speak in 1 minute, gosh. I'm going to say very quickly, it's just been really wonderful to be here. Great to be with you, Mohammed, and to also with Udo and Kathleen here. Look, like COVID, like climate. That is what I say all the time. Like COVID, like climate, it is two sides of the same coin. If we cannot deal with COVID, we are not going to be able to deal with climate. The same inequities exist. 3% of the emissions are being, it is produced in Africa, but we're being asked to make the greatest changes. The other half of my life is from the Pacific Islands. I live in Fiji some of the time, and I've witnessed some of the worst cyclones that anyone would ever have to imagine, buried underground in a basement. Like COVID, like climate, the inequities and the inequalities are the same. I loved what Kathleen said about contracts regarding vaccines. Open the contracts. What is in those papers? We want to know, because yes, it was public money from Europe. It was public money from America and various other parts of the world. And the fact that we are less resourced in certain parts of the world doesn't mean that we should be treated differently. So my final message is about equity and justice. This pandemic has been one of inequity and injustice. We have to look forward into a world where we have equity and we have justice. Because for those of you here, our European friends and our partners, the geopolitical sands are shifting. There is a geopolitical earthquake coming. And I think what I would ask directly to you, the Social Democrats, is to say this in Parliament. Help people to understand that, it is not, and because you don't understand the cultural nuances, you're not necessarily seeing the body language of the African leaders and presidents and people that you're speaking to. But we know what is going on in the back rooms. What is being said when we welcome you to our countries or when you welcome us to yours? We're visitors. We're your visitors. So we're hospitable. We will always welcome you and we will always be nice. But how do we truly feel deep inside about this moment in history where in a once-in-a-100-year pandemic that demanded a once-in-a-100-year level of global solidarity and cooperation, we were left behind? It is not right. We have to rebuild, but we have to break down the situation and we have to rebuild it all over again. I agree with you. Multilateralism is broken, but it is the answer. And how do we build that pandemic treaty? How do we fund the ACT Accelerator to ensure... one last thing, sorry. One really last thing. How much did it cost to get all those thousands of people out of Afghanistan? That sort of energy that took the alliance, how much did that cost? Somebody, please ask, because right now the world is asking for about 24 billion to provide vaccines, diagnostics, tests and treatments for Africa and other parts of the world. And countries, Europe, America, people will not put the money in. But the billions that went into that operation when Kabul fell, that for me is the energy we need in this moment of the pandemic. We need global coordinated strategy with global political leadership that I'm thankful that your team is bringing to the table. Over.
Thank you. Mr. Kazulwright, please.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have an answer to that last question. I'll tell you something, though. The Americans spent $20 billion air conditioning their troops in Afghanistan and Iraq during those two campaigns. $20 billion was what they spent. So this is never an issue of whether the money's there, it's an issue of how we choose to spend the money that is available to us. I just want to pick up a point which I think also answers, at least speaks to the question of the energy transition. The point that the State Secretary for Development made about the central role of public investment in the delivery of public goods. And what we're talking about here, whether that's the pandemic or the climate crisis, is public goods. And public goods need public investment, they need public services, and they need public policy and public money. And we have a system that makes the delivery of those very difficult right now. And we've seen this in the pandemic. The endless repetition of public-private partnerships as the way to deliver public goods and public services has once again failed in the pandemic. COVAX, which was the vaccine system, or CTAP, which was the pooling of patents, have simply failed in the face of a significant crisis like this. And if we continue to hark on about public-private partnerships, which is essentially the subsidizing of the private delivery of public goods, then not only will we fail when the next pandemic hits, but arguably more importantly, we will fail to meet the kinds of targets that the Paris Agreement has set for ensuring that we have a habitable Earth by the end of this century.
Thank you very much. Dr. Barbara Koffel, please.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm sure I cannot answer the question on the European Green Deal and what is needed for the transition and transformation in 1 minute. That would be worth really having a profound debate, maybe with the S&D parliamentary group organizing that. But one thing which is quite clear is we can't build our European transition and transformation and up on the shoulders or on the challenges, leaving them then to the other continents, or leaving it to Africa, or leaving it to the continents where we maybe also buy then the raw materials which are needed for the ecological and green transition. And we discuss it in our government, and having it as a social ecological transition needs, of course, a lot of transformation in our own society and a lot of support and social surrounding and setting to establish this transformation. So it's crystal clear that in other continents, in Africa and in other continents on this planet, this has also to be not only an ecological transformation, but also a social transformation. And that has to be supported. I was talking before about the public investment and what could be done by public or by state intervention, but it has to be done also by the question on trade. And Udo Bullmann was pointing that out, to come up with trade contracts which are clear on sustainability and having clear chapters on what is needed on standards, on social and ecological standards in our trade contracts, I think is quite important. And one topic which is very close to my heart, and where the European Union can come up very soon with hopefully good ideas, are how we really then, also in perspective of green transition in Europe, how are we establishing our supply chain, and what are we really doing with social standards, ecological standards, human rights standards, bringing that together along investment and along supply chains. I think there's a lot which could be done by the European Union and the member states together. And I hope that we understand the Green Deal in supporting decent living conditions in both continents and all of our planet. And well, yeah, our law system and our trade contracts can do a lot on that.
Thank you very much. Professor Terblanche, please.
Thank you. what an interesting and joyful session. I want to leave you with a final and a deep thought. In 2020, for about 2 months, COVID-19 united the whole world in a quest for survival. In 2021, COVID-19 became the test for morality. And I fear in 2022 it may become the test for capitalism. I think what we do, what we that
Okay, thank you. I think we've lost the connection. Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Professor Terblanche, for such thoughts. Mr. Tipo, please.
Reflect on, and that is that here is an opportunity for us to really do something different and move off on a fresh trajectory. The fact that we're having such conversations is very encouraging, but we need to make this tangible. Africa is estimated, the first estimate, that it would take us about $30 billion to build this industry for developing vaccines and making vaccines on the continent. And we need to see this not as an in Africa, for Africa exercise, but it's an out of Africa exercise as a contribution to the global supply chain for vaccines when required, where required. Thank you.
Mr. Bowman, please.
Thank you. Excellent, moderator. Let me deal with 2 final questions from my point of view. There was the question, how can the Green Deal become workable also for African countries? Kathleen started to give the answers, not only about commodities. We have to build up an industrial, sustainable structure with regionalized supply chains that strengthen the whole economy. And the grand idea about everything, sustainability is about empowerment. You have to empower your societies. You have to empower the actors on the ground. Only if there is ownership, only if there is identification, everybody can invest him and herself. It will not function. So it's basically a basically democratic strategy. It's last point. Again, Kathleen was speaking about in policymakers' headlines, you find all these nice things. And then we go down the content of the strategy, and then you see the deviation. So the big talk is very full of morality, full of good ideas, and then factually we are doing the wrong thing. So be ready to speak the truth, number 1. Be ready for real change, number 2, and then we end up in our motto of today, from discourse to action, and try to establish democratic networks for sustainable change. This is what we would like to contribute with this 5th Africa Week, and thanks for participating. It's, I think, still a grand idea to get us together, and I enjoyed it very much today.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Bowman. There's just one question you raised, which enables me to make a final point as a wrap-up. And also just to, first and foremost, thank all the participants for the great contributions and for really having a discussion that make us learn a little bit more about what is happening in the relationship between Africa and the European Union. And the main point here that I would like to make has to do with the leaderships in Africa. You know, that question of empowerment, of ownership, has a lot to do with kinds of leadership we must build on the continent that first and foremost stimulate solidarity between those who rule and those who are ruled for the same common cause, which is the betterment of the continent and the peoples that inhabit it. And that's what we also need to keep focusing. It's not just about talking about building democratic institutions, but really building the mindset that enables us to take charge of our own destiny and to do some good for ourselves. Because one of the main problems we see a continent rich in resources, with so many skilled people as well, that can be the driving force for equal partnerships with the world, and we keep failing. We see now a resurgence of coups in Africa, particularly in West Africa, because of bad leaders, because of that lack of solidarity between those who rule and those who are ruled in terms of common goals. So that's the point I would like to make, and that we continue to reflect on how do we get good leadership on the continent, in the continent, how do we make ourselves better leaders in our fields so that we can contribute to better societies. And once again, I'm very honored to have been a moderator of this debate in spite of the technical problems with the internet inequity, as I would put it. And I thank you all and wish you all the best.
Good evening and welcome back to the SND's Africa Week. We are here in the European Parliament live from Brussels for our last event of the SND Africa Week, a discussion on empowering women through digital activism. You can follow us always with the hashtag #WithAfrica on social media, and you can follow us live on socialistsanddemocrats.eu. Please feel free to comment and join in the conversation. It's a very timely and relevant discussion because in the last decade, we've seen that the use of digital technologies have amplified activist endeavors throughout the world. And more specifically, we've witnessed global movements like Black Lives Matter and Me Too have a reach that's truly created not only a discourse, but also tangible change. Zooming in on Africa, though, which is a continent made up of a majority of young people, digital movements are being taken to the next level, and they're creating social and political change. And it's a space in which we see women taking more and more space and listening to their voices more and more in particular. They are advocating for an array of messages. They are promoting and demanding their rights. So I'm very pleased to have a tremendous panel to discuss this phenomenon, the advantages of digital activism, the drawbacks of digital activism, where online meets offline, the way in which female voices are either amplified, marginalized, or in some cases silenced, and the wider significance it has both for Europe and Africa. Joining me here in the studio is MEP Evan Incir, or is it Incir?
Both work.
Both work. Well, very nice to see you, Evan.
Thank you.
A Swedish Social Democrat MEP with Kurdish roots. She sits on the European Parliament's Committee for Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs, also the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Development. You're also a member of the LGBTIQ intergroup and an advocate for democracy, equality and feminism. So welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
We also have 4 guests joining us virtually. From Uganda, I have Rosebel Kagumere. She is a writer, award-winning blogger, Pan-African feminist activist, and communication strategist. She's also a writer and editor at African Feminism, which we will talk about more later. Welcome, Rosebel. Can you hear us? Hello. Welcome, Rosebel. Joining us from Cape Town is Gavaza Maluleke. She is from the University of Cape Town. She works on digital activism, transnational feminisms, gendered violence, and migration. So I look forward to hearing more from you, Gavaza, later as well. Hello. Welcome. Diretnan Dikwal-Bot is originally from Nigeria, but she's based in the UK. A researcher on digital media, activism, women's blogs, and the representation of feminism in political campaigns. Her PhD presented insights on the role of social policy in reinforcing gender marginalization in West Africa. So very much looking forward to talking to you too, Diretnan. Hi. Is Diret, would you like to be called Diret or Diretnan?
Diret.
Diret. Okay, we will use Diret. Great, thank you. And last but not least, Zita Gourmay, who is also a former member of European Parliament, currently a member of Hungarian Parliament. She's also the president of PES Women, the Party of European Socialists Women, a vice president for the Foundation of European Progressive Studies, and also a staunch advocate of women's rights. Welcome, Zita.
Thank you very much. It's a great privilege.
And we will start with you, Zita. We will launch straight into your opening remarks for this wonderful discussion.
Sure. Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to see you, Kelly. Last time we could see you physically, but life is like that. I am in a full election campaign in Hungary. So I really would like to thank you personally to be with us again, to do a great moderation, as I used to. And of course, I really would like to thank for the SND for our great collaboration for the last 5 years within PES Women and FEPS in this very important series of events for Africa Week. And of course, every year we have selected pretty important topics we would like to shed more light on. And I'm very happy to see that we can continue this pretty important project and partnership. Despite the very difficult situation of the pandemic, we are still all facing actually. And of course it is always a great privilege to open this important panel on empowering women through digital activism as part of the S&D Africa Week. And of course, across the globe, young people and activists are organizing themselves more and more to search for radical changes in the way nations are governed, to search for more dignity and respect for all citizens. Women's role in this social transformation processes is absolutely key, I'm convinced. Women have felt the effect of the pandemic more severely than men. We have all the data actually. So it is vital to raise our voices and take our place in the public sphere. In parallel, we are all well aware of how the pandemic has moved our lives online, like now, including activism and politics as well. Digital platforms have become increasingly important as mechanisms for state accountability, visibility, connectivity, solidarity, and resistance as well as for demanding action. In particular, women and girls worldwide of all ages have taken the digital mantle to create movement and advocate an array of messages promoting and demanding their rights. We commend their efforts for a more equal society, which we are fighting for long years. In this new context of cyber feminism, we really look forward to hearing our excellent speakers today, and especially how Afro-feminist advocacy is driven through digitalization. We must also not forget in this context about the digital gap. Worldwide, around 41% of people still do not have regular access to the internet, which in turn limits their access to information and activism which online campaign brings. In these communities, grassroots physical activism is absolutely central. And of course, this digital gap has within it a gender pay gap as well. The number of women who regularly use the internet has more than doubled over the last 5 years, or the past 5 years, in 34 African countries, from 11 to 26%, but the gender pay gap remains the same, as I already mentioned, 11%. The other factor to consider is that women are facing more online violence, and from a younger age. I will go to an online event which we discuss this a bit later on. Online harassment and hate speech are unfortunately becoming more and more common, and marginalized women are at a greater risk. This should not be underestimated, dear colleagues. We can combat these threats to women worldwide jointly and find all this accountable, including the platform which allow this behavior. In the words of Feminista Jones, probably you know her, a Philadelphia-based feminist writer, public speaker, community activist, and semi-retired social worker, who wrote, Reclaiming Our Space, how black feminists are changing the world from the tweet to the streets. Women of all races and classes should be able to come together and fight against the true enemy. Hello, patriarchy. But we continue to struggle with finding common grounds because of the privileges afforded to some of us and denied others. Of course, we completely share this message. The feminist way forward must be inclusive, with voices heard from all over the globe, which all contribute to the empowerment and freedom of women.
Thank you.
We are sure with this panel we'll become aware of realities, and we strongly encourage and support your feminist claims and actions.
Thank you very much, Zita, for that opening. I would like to encourage everyone on the panel to join in. I will direct some questions to each of you. Some questions will be for all of you, but if there is, since this is a discussion, if you would like to also give your comments or your point of view on a specific question where I haven't called you by name, please feel free to jump in. That said, my first question is for Roosevelt, or rather, it's a request. I would like you, since you work on the African Feminist, to give us a bit of a general overview of how you see the feminist movement in Africa currently today, and what the digital space has done for the feminist movement in Africa.
So much. I'm delighted to be here and looking at the state of the feminist struggle on the continent. My pleasure to do that and share what I know and what I engage in so far. And I think for a long time there was really great work academically in theorizing what feminist struggles on the continent look like. And we see a lot with the digital right now, what is looked at as like a fourth wave feminism, young people tapping more and more in larger numbers, more into the knowledge that has been existing among us, you know, from scholars, whether it's Professor Slavia Tamale, Amina Mama, and all the great feminists of this continent who have done so much in the last few decades to really theorize and give us the words and the terms to use to understand our reality. Know that we don't understand it, but when you don't name something, it's extremely difficult sometimes to take your struggle further. So we see a lot of that across really increasingly academic activists, but also a lot of really borrowing the practice, building onto what is happening in academia is very, very important. To bridge that gap of understanding experiences and also the knowledge that helps us go further. In terms of practice, of course, we see a lot of spheres, and for a long time we saw the hijacking of the space, where we see what I think African activists and academia has identified as the NGOization of women's liberation, and watering down, playing down really what we need to be doing, because we needed to fit in the neoliberal dynamics that had been unleashed onto our countries as we came out of the colonization period. So that work was very much on the margins, but we see a lot of young people borrowing from it in understanding what has come to be looked at the NGO complex and international development as the main drivers of us accessing our rights. But I think when you see struggles from Sudan, from women in the streets of Sudan, to Nigerian women in the markets, to women, to queer Nigerians fighting to be heard during the End SARS movement last year, or the year before, rather last year, I think it's very important to remember that that many people are organizing, many people, women, many gender minorities on the continent are organizing, whether to dismantle the state institutionalized persecution and marginalization, or social, to create new social realities and safe spaces for them to exist and continue to live their life and demand for their rights. So we see the same for women and for the LGBTI movement on the continent, and we have seen a couple of wins, you know, from this organizing from countries like Botswana and really striking down old colonial laws that are marginalizing sexual minorities, to seeing movement building in Kenya, even if they were not able to strike down the articles in the penal code. But we see a lot of organizing, and we hope that for the continuation is that we see more and more bridge building between what had come to be sold, because a lot of government and other NGOs, it was easier to sell gender equality, women's empowerment, than actually women's liberation, because it would require that you look at very intersections of women's marginalization, not just because they are women, but women of different sexual orientation, women of different class, and women of different ethnicities, many marginalized ethnicities. In our current democratic setup, where it's a vote for majority, but what is a majority in a colonized territory? Who gets the upper hand in that kind of majority? So those are the issues we're grappling with, from Me Too movement, of course, happening in different contexts, to also really a very big movement on ecofeminism and demanding a voice for African women in the global arena of climate change and the fight to save our environment. So it's really a wide range of issues. I'm sure, like the rest of the panelists will try to dive in different, dissect differently, but definitely the digital has contributed a lot in bringing us together and bringing all these struggles for us to know where they're taking place in real time, and creating communities and solidarity in real time.
Thank you very much. I would like to actually stay on the topic of success stories. I would like to hear from Gavaza, who has studied a lot of the social movements happening in South Africa and also Kenya, I think, if I remember correctly. Gavaza, could you tell us a little bit about how the digital space has enabled feminist issues and gender equality issues to come to the fore and actually have an impact offline as well as online?
Thank you for having me. And I actually want to add, before I answer the question, to add to what Rosebell was saying in terms of the NGOization of women's liberation. I think what happened in South Africa, especially from 2015, when we had the Fees Must Fall, Roads Must Fall movement, was a shift away for women to then take the space and take on patriarchy and make it political. And I think this has been a very important movement within South Africa. For a long time, I think in the 1990s, post-94, South Africa, women's issues and especially GBV became an NGO space or NGO issue, and from 2015 onwards, it has become a political issue. And I think that has been because of young women or young feminists taking up space and saying that we are not going to allow this issue to be marginalized, we are not going to be silenced anymore, and using the digital space to do so. And I think one of the major wins for South Africans, especially young women, is knowing that when we make those noises, when we use the digital space, we are heard. And I think for young feminists, they are very intentional about how they use the digital space. They know what issues or how to frame a hashtag to make it go viral. And they're very intentional also in the language they use. So for instance, in 2021, we had a hashtag Justice for Lulu, which was a young gay man who was killed. And Justice for Lulu then is highlighting the fact that being gay in South Africa or being queer in South Africa, even though you have rights in terms of the legislation, you don't actually have rights in praxis. And even when you are able to, when something happens like this, where someone is killed, there is no justice, whereas there's actually justice for certain bodies, for certain women, or women who are, for instance, well-educated or who seem like the perfect victim and therefore deserving of justice. So young women in South Africa are very, very intentional. And I think this is across the board, but I'm obviously speaking on the South African context and how they have been using the digital space. And I think one of the reasons that this came about was the inspiration looking at Black Lives Matter, and I think the Arab Spring, looking at that and how it worked to the benefit of the activists at that time, to say if we were to do this in South Africa, where we organize using WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, then we are able to galvanize debates and get people speaking about the issues that matter to us, and also report. So they don't only just speak about it, they speak in the sense of highlighting what has happened to them, but they actually, you take their issue to the social media spaces. And by doing so, they're highlighting how institutions of learning, for instance, universities, or even institutions like the police or the justice systems are not there for them. So if you go and report, you are told, oh, you're going to ruin his life, or you have to prove that this actually happens. So all those mechanisms that are used to silence women are then they become something that women are then scared to speak. So therefore, by going onto social media platforms and getting the public to hear and see what is happening, then obviously then they have a bigger voice, then there's more people behind them. And we've seen really big changes, and some silencing still going on, which is what happens when people speak up. But there's been a lot of gains in terms of after the total shutdown march in 2018 in August, which was Women's Month, there was a gender summit where that group of women who had been organizing the total shutdown were able to then meet with the president, and a whole host of other mechanisms have been put in place. It's still stalling. There's still a lot of work to be done, but I think there's movement towards knowing that we are being heard when we do use social media platforms and it's effective. So I think that's really one of the big gains. But I think what has been very important is the fact that it's now a political issue and no longer an issue just for the NGOs to look after. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gavaza. Of course, social media has had a huge impact. I'd like to now go to blogs, though, because my understanding from the work that Direct has done is that blogs among African women are garnering a lot of traction and able to share stories and get justice for women who are victims of violence. So, Direct, would you be able to tell us, first of all, why are people going to blogs rather than mainstream media to get their stories out? And then what is some of the impact that you've seen from the women that get their stories to the female bloggers in the landscape, particularly in Nigeria, but also in the other areas that you've studied?
Yeah, thank you so much. So blogs have been quite the phenomenon in Nigeria. And it's very interesting, actually, why blogs. Because if you look at the statistics, you look at women making well over 50% of the single-authored blogs in Nigeria. And when you compare that statistics to other social media platforms, it's very interesting. For instance, Facebook, where the presence of men, the number of men on Facebook more than doubles that of women. If you look at Twitter, it's the same trend. And so the question becomes, why blogs? But especially from 2006, the country just witnessed a surge in the number of blogs, popular blogs such as Linda Ikeji, Bella Niger, we had Miss Petite Nigeria, Layla's blog. These were very big blogs with huge following. They would register as at back then, I think when they started out, shortly after they started out, they would register well over 100,000 unique visitors per day. Now moving on to sort of 2015, 16, 17, they were registering well over 300,000 unique visitors a day. And in terms of the commenters as well, a huge number of them as well were women. So it became such a powerful space for women to express themselves and for forms of marginalization to make it to the fore. And especially in a country where women had witnessed a lot of censorship with mainstream media on television, newspapers, radio. Women's discrimination was hardly a priority. It was hardly making front page news. But here, women's marginalization was being centralized and drawing the attention of the world. And you talked about impact, and I thought that was very profound as well, because in 2016, there was a unique case on the Nigerian blogosphere of a girl called Ese Oruru. She comes from the southern part of the country, but she was kidnapped and moved over to the northern part, where she was married off, and somebody impregnated her. She was about 13 years old, and on a regular basis, that sort of information will not make it to the public sphere or public platform, basically. But someone managed to report the news to a blogger, and then she reported it on her blog, Linda Ikeji, and other bloggers picked up that information, and the news just spread like wildfire. And once the information spread, the Nigerian Minister of Aviation back in the day, Femi Fani-Kayode, picked up this news information and amplified it. He just said, you know what, I'd seen this information on a certain blog, on Linda Ikeji blog, and it's very disheartening to see this happening. That helped Nigerian legislators to come to the fore, pick up that information, and to see ways, practical ways in which the girl could be rescued. And indeed, she was rescued shortly after. And the same minister as well published an article congratulating blogs for their efforts in putting pressure on the Nigerian government to act. That I thought was significant and very profound. But what was set to happen after was even more intriguing, because then we started to see multiple stories of girls being kidnapped, coming to, sort of being very visible on blogs. People started to trace and track bloggers down with news stories about these sort of relatives, family members that were kidnapped, girls, of course, which just became very revealing that this was a huge trend. It was a trend of gender inequality and discrimination that was happening, but wasn't picked up until it was amplified on the blogosphere. And then, of course, the Nigerian authorities, legal authorities, stood up and tried to see ways in which they could put an end to this. So I thought it was so useful to see how, as well, the blogosphere in itself was able to break that barrier. You know, most times when we talk about digital activism, whether it's of feminists or women in Africa, a key factor that tends to come up is to what extent then are the voices of people who are the offline, basically heard on the online space. But I'm quite skeptical here to go on because we might come to challenges later. So if you want me to stop here, please feel free to say.
Well, I think that's a very interesting topic. I'd like to hear, because in your case, in the case of ACR Ruru, who was from a remote area, her story got out because this story was taken to the bloggers. Are there other cases, and this is for Gavaza, if she wants, or Rosebell, of stories from remote areas making it online and therefore getting justice or getting change enacted? Gavaza, would you like to take this one?
I think what's interesting, and maybe Diratnan is talking about as well, is how the role of media. And I think in terms of blogs and the use of blogs is a way to shape the narrative, right, and challenge the mainstream media. So the female bloggers who are taking over that particular space are able to then vocalize certain stories that would not make the mainstream. And in the South African context, it's not necessarily about being remote, but it's about what body you are, like how you're viewed and seen within the public sphere. So for instance, on Twitter, you'll hear stories, especially when it's a young Black female who's well educated and maybe was raped or killed, and that story has gone viral. You'll hear stories like, oh, she's so beautiful, she didn't deserve to die. And I think that's a really interesting perspective, because then whose body deserves to be killed, right? I think those are the questions we start to think about. And the stories that do go viral and are picked up by the mainstream media tend to be those type of bodies. And in the South African context, we can relate that to the colonial period, where white females, a certain type of female, what we call respectable politics of certain white female bodies, what they would call middle class bodies, would be the ones who had to fight in order to make it so that their rape is then heard or they can get justice. So we are seeing something similar playing out in contemporary South Africa, where being young, female, Black, middle class, or showing middle classness, meaning you're getting educated, you look good, you're taking care of yourself, then there's a certain picture of, well, you don't deserve to be killed. So it's not necessarily about being remote, because for us, it's whether you are LGBTQ+, if you are looked at as maybe homeless, a marginal body within the South African perspective or thought, that makes you lose credibility in some way, or makes you deserving of being raped, being killed. And therefore, even mainstream media perpetuates that. So social media somehow challenges, but also I think plays into it as well. So there are a lot of young feminists who are trying to push that narrative out to sort of say, we are only speaking about certain type of bodies. What about this body? And when they talk about women, they always add the X, which is women, including LGBTQ+. So you've got all these dynamics playing out, but social media again still shows the power dynamics that we try and challenge in society. So it's not it's one of those issues where we sort of have to be cognizant of it, because even as they fight, as these young feminists are trying really hard to fight, they also have to deal with the power dynamics that play out within our societies that are remnants of our past and are still continuing to it today.
Thank you very much. I see, Evan, you are nodding your head, and I know that you work a lot with LGBTQ rights. So I wanted to ask you, do you see a parallel of a marginalization of these voices in Europe as well when they're asking for their rights?
First of all, also from my side, thank you for inviting me to this very important discussion. And yes, of course, I do. And I also think that it is important to highlight that we still, unfortunately, during 2022, live in a patriarchal society, whether it is online or if it is online, but it is still patriarchal. And this needs to be breaking down both online and offline. So we need to put together the struggle, and it is interlinked. What has happened is, I think it was wisely said that, of course, the digital use, unfortunately, is being used into the discourse of oppressing different groups: women, LGBTI people, black and brown people within the European Union, for example. But it is also, at the same time, we see an era of where different groups are claiming their rights, both offline again, but also online. The Me Too movement was a very good and successful case of where it really it led to a huge awareness of how women today are, or what kind of society they're facing, under what kind of oppression we are living day by day. It could be oppression, and with remarks as, why do you have a short dress on, to pure rape, and in some cases also the ultimate price that unfortunately comes along with this patriarchal society is the death of women.
Yes.
So I believe that the digital tools has contributed us to voice up, to rise up, and one important thing that really strengthened my belief in the importance of uniting was the outcome of the Black Lives Matters demonstration and manifestations all around the world, was that through organizing, we are managing to make changes. I can take one concrete example in this parliament. I remember that in the beginning of the Black Lives Matters demonstrations, there was people I knew on the center-right side who were saying that, well, you know, there is not structural discrimination within or institutionalized discrimination within the police force here in the European Union. You're over-exaggerating. But after a couple of weeks, a couple of months, we, from the side of the S&D group, we proposed a resolution on anti-racism within the parliament, named after George Floyd, who unfortunately was killed in the hands of the police in the US. We had a resolution presented and adopted, and I know that some of those people who were saying, well, there is not institutionalized racism within the police force, actually voted in favor of that resolution. And I know that if we would have presented the same resolution before the manifestations, it might have not passed with the same content as it passed this time. And also with the rise up of the women all around Europe and beyond, we see a stronger commitment from the side of the member states and from the side of the European Commission, in the sense of that we continue having the gender equality strategy in place here in the European Union. We have a gender action plan for the foreign actions. And we also have mainstreaming as a big, important part. But of course, these political steps do not come freely. They come through women voicing up, not at least through the digital tools that we can use today, or that we're using today. And it's quite interesting to hear the importance of blogs also. I've not myself actually thought about it. I thought that maybe previously that the big traditional platforms, or whatever to call them, as Facebook and Instagram, were the way to go and has led to. But it was very much interesting, I must say, to hear about the blogs also and what they have led to.
Thank you very much. Rosebell, I believe that you also would like to put yourself on this issue too.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to contribute a bit of some of the issues highlighted. The idea of a remote person, what is remote? I think you are remote from power. And it's not about geography. It can be geography, but it can be another social indicator that you have. If you are a Muslim woman living in a majority Christian nation, your proximity to power is really, you're almost on the periphery, and how the kind of challenges you have in different African countries can be from Islamophobia, and how you're able to navigate that community in that country are real. And when these kind of groups also have power to actually speak and be visible in a country where they would be not visible is very important. So it's very important to kind of move away the idea that remoteness is geographical, but rather in terms of thinking of proximity to power. The proximity to power, for me, the other part would be, for example, in Uganda, you have a lot of young Ugandans, Ugandan women going to the Middle East for work. You know, labor export is at its highest in the region because of the high unemployment rates we are experiencing. Ugandans in the past had not moved in that en masse. Not only Ugandans, Ethiopians, Kenyans, Nigerians. We saw at the beginning of the pandemic a lot of young domestic workers stuck in Lebanon being thrown out, and how they are treated under the kafala system that is very, very inhumane, and the undertones of that being racism. So we are seeing also, you know, alternative media coming up to give, you know, the voices of these women who are remote from power. They don't have a voice. They are far away from their own country in a continent where they do not have any rights, either the bottom of the society in the Middle East. So we see a lot of these transnational conversations happening and being forced. It's very important, for example, to look at the periphery, not just of the people when we look at social media, but issues like abortion. Abortion is not a given in most of African countries up to now. Many countries are criminalizing women and throwing women in jail over abortion. And we have seen that with the rise of many young women on the blogosphere and micro blogging sites and social media, that issues like abortion have actually had people who are championing them and saying, yes, abortion is a healthcare issue. Abortion is not something you should be embarrassed about. It should be something that you should be facilitated to access should you ever need it. So those kind of voices would not have existed and don't even exist on our mainstream media, but they continue to exist in the digital world, and people write extensively about this, and every day we are part of these struggles. So I don't think that we look at power in terms of like not only someone's positionality, but what kind of issues are being brought in that. Lastly, I wanted to talk about also an example, for example, of marginalized groups like the women in African countries like Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, where we are the largest exporters of flowers into Europe, working on farms. We have seen issues of economic justice, workplace safety of women, these places where majority of workers are women. Substantially, you find these are the worst places with workplace safety, and we have seen issues of women on farms, flower farms, become a central issue where European farm companies are involved in Africa, and also with of course some ownership of some local political elite. But we need to understand, like, all these issues, because of power over media, cannot easily be articulated on our media because the media is very owned by the very people in power. So women are not just only talking about their experiences, but actually greater fundamental issues on the nation, both political, economics, and where they find themselves. And for them, the social media is the public arena where they can demonstrate, they can speak, and they can talk about the issue, and people can see the reality.
Thank you very much. That brings me to the flip side of speaking up online, which is that women can be at risk if they start claiming their rights. I would like to go to Kavaza, and I'd like to look at some of the examples of women being silenced or facing backlash after their digital campaigns.
Yeah, I think one good example that I'm currently working on is backlash that was received by youth activists and youth students from Rhodes University who had participated in what they called the RU reference list and the naked protests in 2016. And about 4 or 5 of those students were expelled with varying numbers, but 2 students were expelled for life from Rhodes University and can never attend. And the university has obviously explained it as, or justified their decision using the fact that the students within that protest, naked protest, had allegedly kidnapped some of the perpetrators of violence. Many online pushed back against it. That's why they came up with the hashtag Rhodes War. And that hashtag has been going on since then, since 2018, I think. Currently one of the young people who was expelled for life has a hashtag called I Stand With Yolanda. And that hashtag has been gaining momentum. She's gone to the different courts to try and fight against this because in many ways, no one wants to speak about the price of speaking up and how that being very visible, because I think there were about 100 students who participated in that protest, but only 5 students were singled out. And that's always how universities of learning, but also just other institutions work in terms of silencing. And that's what we've seen when it comes to GBV silencing in South Africa. I think there are many other ways in which people are obviously, young people are being silenced when they do speak up. But then within the case of the South African context and speaking specifically around GBV, this is one of the major cases that is still ongoing, and many people were speaking about it and still speak about it today. It's still something that comes up periodically because it is an issue in the sense that when you realize that when we speak up, and we are encouraged to speak up, especially when it comes to GBV, we are encouraging young people, anyone who is a survivor or of sexual violence is encouraged to speak up, but no one is willing to then take on the issue that when people do that there's a price to pay. And I think it is really important that as we ask people to speak up, or as we encourage people to speak up, that we are also aware and highlight these issues when it comes to the online space. And I think in many cases it doesn't even mean just the online space. Yolanda has chosen to be a public figure that speaks up, and she's had to then pay a price for it. But again, at the same time, it's very brave for her to then take up that space as well.
Thank you. Of course, the side effects of living in a patriarchal society, whether you're in Europe or Africa, are that not everyone is going to be able to succeed and get justice. However, it also gives rise to Pan-African movements, Pan-European movements, the ability of an issue to transcend a country or a person. And I would like to go back to Rosebell, because I believe that the African Feminist has covered this story, or a story of one of the expelled students.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we actually ran a story 2 days ago from Yolanda's account of events and how far she has gone in the fight to have access to her academic, education, and the fact that for her to stand up for herself as a survivor of sexual abuse in a university that expelled her, continues to really deny her of any opportunity, because she cannot move on from the abuse, both the sexual abuse but also the university abuse. It's been years, and it shows you really how much ingrained in terms of power that women have to fight if they are going to gain their rights. And in the story, it was very interesting. She talks about the incredible amount of support she has received from activists from different movements, and that's the kind of no matter how long we have to be committed to justice. And I think that's what makes women's voices online not just a one-time thing, because often people think it's just a hashtag. Because as a person who takes part in these in following up the stories and documenting the stories, I know that there's a lot of work actually behind the story before women go online. There's a lot of organizing before and after, and they continue to organize. We've seen the same in Uganda at the beginning of 2020, shortly before the pandemic hit. A young woman took to her Twitter and shared accounts of sexual harassment and said we must name perpetrators about sexual assault. And thousands of young women were in her inbox talking about the kind of people who are online, both online and offline, who have abused them, and they continue to be there and nobody can talk about it. And she was very brave. She shared a list of them, and she received so much threats, you know, including being put into jail. You know, people hired the police, paid police, and corrupted the police she slept a night in the police cell. She's still facing a count of defamation, and we've been working with her in terms of making sure that she gets justice. And a lot of women who had tweeted the perpetrators' names were really intimidated to take the names down. But that 2 days of people sharing their experience with certain men was sending shockwaves in the country, because oftentimes we are used to looking at women just as simply victims because the society marginalizes their voice, so we don't see the power to fight back. But when we have this space where women can name the perpetrators, then we see, you know, patriarchy starting to tremble. And that's why it's very important these spaces are there to enable, to be able to bring up these voices together, but also face the backlash together and try to plan, have lawyers, kind of resources. And that's why we're constantly talking about the investment in the women's liberation. Young women who are actually out there organizing on their own without any resource backing them up, from legal to psychological to anything that they need. This is a very huge gap that remains. So I don't think we can stop at celebrating what visible achievements we are seeing, but at what cost? It's very important to talk about that. And how do we actually mitigate that cost that is currently the price that is being paid by young people for speaking up and for creating a better world and pushing our societies, our politicians, our political systems, cultural systems to have to reform, to have to be dismantled, to create a better future for us.
Thank you. And speaking of politicians and reforms, we saw in the example that Direct gave that a politician took on board the story that was featured in the blog about the young woman who was raped and impregnated. I wanted to ask Direct and also Gavaza if you have other examples of perhaps politicians enacting change following these movements, or even if women, more specifically, who have been digital activists online have run for office. I'll start with Direct and then I'll go to Gavaza.
So probably not women who are digital activists who have taken up office, but we've had key politicians who have acted as advocates for women. There's a particular politician, I don't know if she's a professor now, but sorry, I'm mixing her titles, but Biodun Olujimi, who has been at the forefront of presenting the Gender and Equal Opportunity Bill at the Nigerian Senate. And her contributions have been so profound because the Gender and Equal Opportunities Bill has been tabled to the Nigerian Senate over and over for years, but it has constantly been rejected. And it's a single bill that sort of covers for social, political, and economic dimensions of inequality in Nigeria. But till today, I think the bill was presented again in December 2021, but it was still denied. And so I'd say she's the key figure who has been sort of charging forth, and of course supporting bloggers as well with their dissemination of news about gender discrimination. But so that's just where we are, to be honest. There are not so many examples by way of what the legislator of Femi Fani-Kayode did that have unfortunately stood up for women. I think that's why that example is still so profound till today, and we keep talking about it because we haven't seen that many politicians, especially male politicians, that would stand up for women's rights in that fashion.
Thank you. Gavaza, what about in South Africa?
I can say that maybe sharing the story of Naledi Chirwa, who's a young activist, feminist, who is a member of parliament now, and she works with the EFF. And she's actually quite a big voice on the digital sphere in terms of whenever there's an issue, whenever there's a hashtag that's related to GBV, she actually spreads the word, spreads the news. She was also involved in Yolanda's case in terms of just spreading the news on Twitter, on Facebook. But she was very instrumental in the I Remember Kwesi hashtag. In August, I think 2018, a group of young activists, I think about 4 of them, stood up and held placards with I Remember Kwesi and 1 in 9. And they had, like one placard had a hashtag which shows the intentionality of the way in which they think through the hashtags. And I think I want to maybe just elaborate on what Rose Bell was talking about in terms of the labor that goes behind the hashtag. And I think people tend to always assume that it's a hashtag that just, goes viral for like a minute and then it's forgotten. But there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. There's a lot of work after the hashtag itself to keep it alive. So for instance, the RU reference list hashtag has been going on for, like, they do these memorials every April to remember the young women like Yolanda and many others who are affected by the fact that they stood up for themselves. So you have a lot of what they call digital labor that tends to be women of color, to educate people online about racism or about just sexism. But not no one, but people don't speak enough about the work that goes behind the scenes to get us to see the hashtag going viral, and then the work that goes on afterwards and the emotional work. I think that's another aspect, the mental work that goes into it. And I think that kind of support system is very, very important. And I think the other element that I wanted to highlight is that as we speak about silencing, I think it's important to remember that, institutions, patriarchal systems use old forms of silencing, but there are also newer forms, because as we move to the social media space, as everyone gets a voice and is able to speak and highlight all the issues that they actually have, so do patriarchal systems also find ways to use social media platforms to then silence women. And I think those are the issues that are really, really important. And I think in the South African context, going back to your question, we've not really had I think maybe I'm skeptical, but we've not really had any politicians really fight in terms of they speak up, but there hasn't been any kind of, I would say, like impact work where it's coming from a politician, because everyone has their own agenda in terms of, visibility and being positioned. For instance, EFF, they positioned themselves as being pro-women, but then at the same time within the politics, within their party, there are issues. And it's the same with the ANC and other political parties. They frame themselves as being, supportive of women, but then their actions show otherwise. So I think for me, what I see within the sphere is just young people, both men and women, really engaged and trying. I remember with the hashtag Men Are Trash, when a young woman was killed, there were two hashtags that followed after. So it was Men Are Trash for a couple of weeks, and then Not All Men. And it was actually, I think, started by women who were refuting that all men are trash. And then there was a group of young men who decided that we are not going to allow men who, are perpetrators to tarnish our name. So they started an NGO, but they also had this hashtag called Not In My Name. So you do have all of this impact work that's playing out from different groups, different activists who are all trying to find ways to fight against, especially an issue like GBV that is really affecting us in South Africa. Every year, I was looking through all the hashtags we've had since 2015, and I was looking at the ones that I could find, and it's a lot. Every year, we have hashtags going viral with women or young LGBT plus Q groups getting killed, and some don't make the media, some don't go viral. And I think that's really, really just insane that we keep on having to say the same things over and over and over. But like Rose Bell said, we have to keep at it, because in many ways there is change. It's just that the change is slow. And the young women that are engaging in this are paying very high prices. And so we also, as we celebrate them, we have to think through how to support them, how to think about the silencing that's also emerging, new forms of silencing that is emerging as we, engage in this form of activism as well.
Thank you very much, Kvaza, and thank you to all the panelists. The hour has just flown by and we have only a few minutes left. So I would like to ask one last question and ask also Evan to wrap up. The motto of SND's Africa Week is passing from words to action. So I'd like to ask you, how could you see a partnership between EU and Africa evolve within the realm of women and digital activism, and some concluding remarks?
Thank you very much, and thanks for our guests for taking your time to be here with us today, even though it's digital. But it has been very interesting discussion to listen to, actually, and to get an insight on not only what's happening in the EU, but also across our borders, because to be able to solve this issue of women being constantly victims of violence or we need to work together, and during an area a long time ago when the whole labor movement started up, one of the biggest and important slogans was "Workers Unite," and we live in an area where that slogan still is very much valid, but we also live in an area where the slogan of feminists, women all around the world, needs to unite, and the digital tool actually gives us the possibility to be able to unite, to show that our cause is linked to each other, because what is happening within the European Union is linked to what is happening to women in Africa and vice versa, and of course in all other continents as well. And as everybody have already highlighted, it is the patriarchal and neocolonialism are very much underpinned by economic, social and cultural dominance, and the digital tools, the internet, can play a very important role, and it is playing an important role in the sense of that it is duplicating, is multiplying our voices. But there is also on the other side that it is also multiplying the other voices. So what I think is the most important thing, which I at least take with me constantly from struggles, especially successful struggle, is uniting. And sometimes I feel actually within the European Union, when we discuss about feminism, that there is approach of a white feminism approach to it. And we need to ensure that feminism is inclusive, and that requires that all our challenges, that we see that all our challenges are linked to each other, and that we work together in order to combat those challenges. And it is also very much true. We have had many discussions within this European Parliament about how violence against women and girls have gone from offline to online space. And we will be soon having a proposal for a directive on the table from the side of the Commission, which is actually going to be initiated thanks to the European Parliament on combating gender-based violence. Within that, I think it is important, it's essential to also have the online perspective, the digital perspective included in it. And we need to ensure that the cooperation across the continents is there and is getting strengthened to be able to ensure that all women are being able to live their lives freely. Because as a social democrat, I'm a firm believer that we all are a part of the same machine. If one part of a machine gets broken, of course it affects the whole part of the machine. And of course, also the solidarity perspective, that we cannot be satisfied until we have combated violence against all women, and that also Another perspective that I'm sometimes thinking quite a lot about is the age perspective, that women and girls across the age needs to stand in solidarity with each other. And sometimes I feel that in politics that we compete with each other instead of going hand in hand, and we see our different experiences instead of seeing that our different experiences is actually a result, an outcome of the same structure, and once again, the patriarchal structure.
Thank you very much, Evan, and thank you very much to Rosebel, Diret, Gavaza, and Zita. It's been a fascinating conversation. The impact that female digital activism is having in Africa is very impressive. Of course, there's still a long road ahead. There is silencing, there are struggles, and as you say, all women have to stand together. The battle is not won until all women are liberated. So we look forward to following these stories, to contributing to their successes. And next week, though this is the end of the S&D Africa Week, next week is the EU African Union Summit. So we hope to see leaders pass from words to action there too. From all of us here in the European Parliament and joining us remotely, good evening. Thank you.